Good morning, everybody. Hey, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. How are all my friends today? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I didn't have any trouble falling asleep last night, like I have been. But then I woke up at like 4:30 and couldn't go back to sleep. So I got up and I watched Peter Tragos' video on the Uvalde trial, however you say that. And I'm not quite sure what all the hullabaloo was about, but one of the witnesses, I guess, said something on the stand that she had, I guess, contradicted something that she had said previously. So there might be a mistrial. I don't know. I'm glad I decided not to cover that trial. Because now we'd be going, oh crap, there's a mistrial. So, I don't know. Anyway, so next week we're going to do, hopefully nothing's going to go wrong with that trial. We're going to do the au pair trial. I don't know why they're calling it that. I guess Dad was having an affair with the au pair. I don't know. Whatever. So that's going to start on my birthday. Actually, it's not going to start on my birthday. It's going to start the day before with jury selection. Hopefully they'll get that out of the way Monday, and then Tuesday, which is my birthday, we'll start that live trial. But right now we're still on Kyle Rittenhouse. We've had some very nice discussions, I think. You guys are awesome. We've not gotten any fights. We've not called anybody any names. We've agreed to disagree. This has been a nice week. This is everything I wanted my channel to be. So you guys have been great. It's been great this week. I've enjoyed this trial, watching this trial with you guys very, very much. And we have a new chatter today. Hey, Stephanie, just Stephanie W. Good morning and welcome into chat. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Judy. Hey, Marty. Hey, everybody. Let's see what Judy has for trivia today. Ryan Balch was a self-described boogie boy. What's a boogie boy? He was a follower of the Boogaloo movement. The movement whose most extreme followers are reportedly looking to spark a civil war. Oh, joy. Balch, who has used social media to post Yahtzee propaganda and white nationalist messaging, has since disavowed any affiliation with the movement. Oh, nice. Like we were saying yesterday, everybody in this situation was a bad actor. Because anybody, now this is my opinion, anybody with brain in their head, I should say a logical brain in their head, should be inside their house where it's safe if there's a riot going on, especially if there's a curfew they're supposed to be obeying. Just my opinion. Hey, Carla. Oh, I should have led with this one. This is why I was a few minutes late or seconds late or whatever. So I was talking to Travis. I just got a news break on my phone, the news break app. This flu is now designated a super flu. Yes, I know. 4 weeks later, I'm still coughing. The most of it is gone, but I still got a cough and a sore throat. So the article went on to say that they did the, now I'm a nurse, you guys, so I'm not anti-vaccine in general, okay? We're not going to have a vaccine debate. I'm just telling you what the article I read said. I'm not in general anti-vaccine. For the most part, I think vaccines are good. For the most part. Don't make me laugh. I start coughing again. But it said that they developed the flu vaccine for this year's flu. Because, viruses have DNA. I'm not a virologist or a bacteriologist. I don't know how these things work. I'm a nurse. But they developed the vaccine this year, apparently with the wrong DNA for the actual strain. 2 weeks before, I guess, the actual flu started hitting, they developed this vaccine. So it's not the right vaccine. So the article's like, should I still get the vaccine if I'm sick? And it's like, yes. And I'm like, no. Why are you going to get the vaccine if it's the wrong DNA for the type of flu you have? They're like, oh, it'll still shorten the duration of the flu. I'm okay, whatever. No. Why would you take whatever? Whatever. This is 4 weeks later, y'all. I feel fine now. I just still have this cough and a sore throat. I sneezed a while ago and I got a sharp pain right there in my throat. Never gotten a sharp pain in my throat when I sneezed before in my entire life. This was, I was in bed for 3 weeks, you guys. This is, super flu was right. Not super in the fun way, but yeah, super. But to tell people, oh yeah, and vaccines for this kind of stuff is usually free, like you can go to Walgreens or CVS or whatever. So I don't understand why they push it. It's like, it's not a money thing. Like, why? Why do you want to vaccinate people so badly? I don't. And like I said, for the most part, I'm okay with vaccines. But anyway, we're not going to do this here. But yeah, I was like, oh, you think it's a super flu? Yeah, I think it's a super flu. Oh, I shut it. They actually had a map of like the worst states, and it was like the whole east side of America. Like out west, there were like, yellow was the places where it wasn't severe, and red and like purplish blue was like the whole east side of America. And then the yellow states, there were some in the west that were dark, but out west, there was a lot of yellow states where it was like mild flu. But yeah, our whole side, my whole side. Oh, really? Okay. That makes sense. See, that was my thing. I'm like, why are they pushing it when it's free? Like when you can just go to CVS or whatever. And yeah, well, Travis got, my eye keeps itching, y'all. I'm sorry. Travis got a little bit sick. I'm surprised he didn't. Usually when I'm sick, like 3 or 4 days later, he's just as sick as I was. But he didn't start getting symptoms until when I was almost well. And he's fine now. His was like 3-4 days. But he was able to, on his, my chest, it was like semen in there. I couldn't get anything to come up and out. He was able to, and I think that's why his was shorter duration. Okay, bye.
Did you have a sore throat?
Oh, okay, I have a sore throat. Bye.
Let's get the like he's missing.
No, I didn't use you. Okay, I'll do it later. Okay, so back to Rittenhouse. We keep coming back to he shouldn't have been there and he shouldn't have had the gun, which is the consensus. I think we all have varying thoughts. Cement, no. Cement. I did not say I had that in my lungs. It was like I would cough and nothing, I could feel crap in here and it didn't move. That's why I compared it to cement. Cement. So, Kyle, wrong place, wrong time. Oh my God, I wish this cough would go away. Ugh. So who was on the stand? The DNA chick. Jennifer. Hey, you guys, you know what you get with me. You know what you get when you come here. So we just had the DNA lady up there that I forgot her name. Rasmussen was her last name. Miss Rasmussen. Miss Rasmussen. Well, it's not in. It's not in my chest anymore. It's just, I don't know why I'm still coughing. Because I don't feel it here anymore. It's like in my throat, I guess. I don't know. When I laugh, it just like, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I need right now. I need some real cough medicine. These things don't work. But if I had real cough medicine, I'd be asleep probably. So. Hey, Wiggles. Okay, so she testified the boring part on direct about DNA. And what was the guy's name? Oh, God, Judy! Tonsil twins. Yep, tonsil twins. Can I start the stream, please? Hey, Teresia. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up and start.
Although actually, unless you need it, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do it. No, let's fight over it. Please.
Is there called Susan Hughes this thing?
He's here somewhere. That was an 8. Why are we looking at a door?
What was that?
Are we waiting for a witness to come through that door? Or does the cameraman just like that door? Oh, we're waiting for a witness to come through the door. Okay. I think I'm safe in saying this is not another boring DNA person.
About to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Yes.
Hey, Michelle.
Ma'am, could you please state and spell your name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Susan Hughes, Hughes.
Ms. Hughes, did you know Anthony Huber?
Yes,
How did you know him?
I am his great aunt.
And
His grandmother was my oldest sister.
and how did you come to know Anthony?
Well, my niece is his mother.
Just said.
So did you know him from when he was a child?
Yes.
And would you have considered yourself close to Mr. Huber?
Yeah, even when he was a child, we had kind of a special connection. But I was born in Kenosha. I moved away, came back in 2011, and from that time, we became even closer.
Now you said you had a special connection. What do you mean by that?
He was a redhead. I used to be a redhead. He was, his immediate family, they were all blondes. So he kind of gravitated to me at family gatherings and things, even though when he was a child, I really only saw him, holidays and when I visited Kenosha. So, 4 or 5 times a year. But even then, he would gravitate towards me because I could talk to him about things he was interested in. I mean, we shared interests in art and music and computers, Star Wars, things that little boys like to talk about.
So you said you would see him in Kenosha. Did Anthony grow up in Kenosha?
Yes, he was born here and went to school here.
Do you know if you know what any schools he attended here?
Well, he's in the Southport neighborhood, so I think he went there perhaps. I know he was at St. Mark's for a while. And I don't know, would those kids go to Lance maybe for middle school? I'm not sure.
Or
I was living in Madison, so I wasn't real connected to what schools he was going to.
so in 2011, you said you moved back to the Kenosha area,
Yes.
and you said you became more close. What do you mean by that?
Well, from that point, I moved back because I had health issues and both of my sisters did. So I was seeing his grandmother quite frequently. And Anthony was very close to his grandmother. So, I would see him sometimes, once or twice a week. He would call her frequently. She moved in with me actually in 2013. And from that point, we saw Anthony even more. He frequently needed rides to jobs and things. And when she wasn't able to take him, I would take him.
And about how old would Anthony be in this time period?
Well, when I moved
Teenager,
back,
adult?
I think he was like 17, maybe when I moved back here.
And even back then, did you ever know Anthony Huber to use a skateboard?
Always, always. The skateboard, I must confess, was kind of an annoyance to me because he would, when I first moved back here in 2011, we had a family gathering. We had a dinner in the winter, and I lived close to Penoyer Park. And Anthony arrived in a car. There was a foot of snow on the ground. He walked into my house with a skateboard and was going to, skate on my laminated floors. And I said, you can't skate in the house. And where are you going to skate anyway? Because there's snow on the ground. And he, picked up a skateboard. He went out and he found a place to skate in the snow. I mean, he always, even shortly before he died, when I would take him somewhere, he would know I was picking him up in a car. He was going to go home in a car. He would still have the skateboard in case there was a chance, there was an interesting parking lot somewhere and he could go out and skate.
To the best of your knowledge, was that his main mode of transportation if he wasn't getting rides
Oh,
from
you two
you
step
or someone else?
Yes, he skated sometimes
talking
to
about
jobs if I wasn't available to take him there or one of his friends. He would skate home frequently, quite long distances. Some of the temp jobs that he had were out by Jelly Belly and out by I-94. If people don't know where that is, Anton's, I mean, that's like Cooper Road or something. And so miles he would go on a skateboard.
And was this a hobby of his? Would he compete in skateboarding events to the extent you know?
That I don't know. I was sometimes supporter of his habit.
Okay.
So he would talk to me a lot about it. He would send me videos and things, but I really didn't follow whether he was competing. I know when he was younger, meaning, 18, 19, he was actively looking for sponsors and things. I mean, that was something he was interested in, but that never materialized.
No, I'm sorry. Were you finished? I'm sorry.
Oh, and I know that as he got older, one of his pipe dreams he had told me was that he had a vision for an indoor skate park downtown Kenosha, and
So skateboarding was central to his character. Is that fair to
Yes,
say?
yes,
Now, I'd like to draw your attention or bring you to late August of 2020. Were you living in Kenosha at that time?
yes,
And are you aware of the shooting of Jacob Blake and the events that followed that shooting?
yes,
And during that time frame, did Mr. Huber contact you?
yes.
And when's the first time did you guys have like daily contact, or how did this come about?
Well, that whole weekend, a few days before, and then certainly after Jacob was shot, we had frequent contact during that period.
And did Mr. Huber have any special interest in the Jacob Blake shooting or the events that followed?
Yes,
And what was that special interest?
he told me that he knew Jacob. We had Anthony would sometimes want to go with me out to Petrifying Springs. There's a memorial bench there that is dedicated to my son who
Right.
passed away. And after Jacob was shot, Anthony wanted to go out there with me. And while we were there, he told me he had known Jacob. I frankly don't recall how well he knew him. I mean, it just sticks in my memory that he said he knew him. That was the reason why we went out that day. He knew that Jacob had children. He knew, I remember him mentioning a few things about Jacob's life.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Did you know Jacob Blake?
I did not.
Now, so what day did you go to this? You said a memorial bench for your son.
Hmm.
And was that someone that Anthony Huber was close to?
Yes.
And what day did you go to this memorial bench?
I believe it was Monday.
And that's when he told you about that he knew Jacob Blake, and you
Yeah.
discussed his feelings about the protests and all that.
Yes.
Do you know if he had gone out on any night to engage in a protest?
I know he had gone. He had taken his phone. He told me he was just wanting to take some videos.
Now, it's been established that Anthony died on the late night of August 25th. Did you see him anytime that day?
Yes.
Why did you see him?
He stopped with Hannah late in the afternoon, maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock. They were on their way to do a lot of errands, and he stopped to, I think I gave him some mail, and he was on his way to a cell phone store. I gave him some cash because he needed to resolve some things with his cell phone.
Now, is this something that you would do? Would you occasionally give him money?
Mm-hmm.
And did he have a driver's license? Did he know how to drive?
Yeah, he got his driver's license the day of his birthday, the Friday before.
Okay. And who would go practice driving with him and things of that nature?
That was me.
You mentioned a Hannah. Who's Hannah?
Hannah was his girlfriend.
So, do you recall approximately what time of day that you saw Anthony that on August 25th?
Like I said, I think 3:30, 4 o'clock. I remember it being later in the afternoon because we had a conversation about the traffic, and I reminded him he needed to get back in town before curfew.
And then with that, did they depart?
Yeah.
And was
Well,
Hannah,
no, excuse me. Was that can you repeat that question?
then they left after you said be back by curfew? Is that then
Yeah.
they left to go
Yeah.
to the store
Yeah.
or wherever they went? Was Hannah driving at that point?
I think it was Hannah's car, but Anthony was driving.
Now, we've seen video here,
And
and you may have seen video as well, that Anthony Huber ran towards Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse was armed. Were you surprised when you heard about that? Were you surprised by his actions? Had you ever seen Anthony Huber run towards danger?
Yes.
Sustained
As to which ground?
both.
Well, she wasn't there that night to see him do anything.
Well, maybe certainly on the second ground.
On which grounds? All of them.
Our custom-
We've heard nothing but having a custom evidence in this case.
Pardon me?
We've heard nothing but having a custom evidence. I think I can rehabilitate.
Well, first off, you don't need to comment on the ruling. Secondly,
Yeah.
there are different rules. And we've been talking about this all along. There are different rules. Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case. Lunch is here. And read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And we'll aim for about 12:30. Pardon me?
Are y'all going to talk about this? Oh, they were just standing for the jury. Well, you guys, you're never happy. You can't hear me or I'm too loud.
What do you want to say, Mr. Cross?
Judge, I'd like to direct your attention to 90404 sub B. The character of the victim offered by an accused or by prosecution to rebut the same, or evidence of a character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor. We are rebutting the evidence and characterization that's been made both in opening statements and in cross-examination that Anthony Huber was attacking, being the aggressor against Kyle Rittenhouse for seemingly no reason. This is what the defense says.
You want to respond?
Well, the response is there's been evidence that Mr. Huber, while Mr. Rittenhouse was on the ground, struck him in the head with a skateboard. So I think that goes to, if I can here, I don't know, that rebuts evidence that the victim was the aggressor when it's really just a fact on video that in fact he did strike him in the head with a skateboard prior to being, and then grabbed his weapon prior to being shot. So I guess the court has to make a determination whether or not the evidence that's been put into the record up to this point would support the idea that we're just saying watch the video, which clearly shows what Mr. Huber had done to, I think it goes, Mr. Rosenbaum was, I think the question is, we've alleged that he's the aggressor here. Mr. Huber, his acts speak for themselves in terms of what he did.
So you're indicating that Anthony Huber was not an aggressor?
I'm saying that the evidence shows that Anthony Huber swung a skateboard at the defendant's head. Then he hit him in the back of the head with a skateboard while he was lying on the ground. Then he grabbed his firearm. That's what I'm alleging.
I guess what I'm struggling with.
We have it on video.
Yes, that's.
How can you allege?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Saw that's what happened.
They're alleging that Anthony Huber attempted to strike Kyle Rittenhouse with a skateboard, missed, and then came and we would say did not strike him with the skateboard, perhaps attempted to strike, but came at him with the skateboard and grabbed the weapon. They're calling him the first aggressor, although now they're apparently not. So we can rebut that evidence. And our theory, as we've laid out, is that these people were going to stop an active shooter, that they were provoked by Kyle Rittenhouse, by his actions with Mr. Rosenbaum, that his actions there were of such provocation as they believed he was an active shooter. He was a danger to all of them. The state, frankly, views that Mr. Huber is a hero, and that we can present evidence of conduct to rebut this claim that he is aggressively pursuing Kyle Rittenhouse with no basis, which is exactly what they're saying. Mr. Trofsky just laid out the evidence that they have called Mr. Huber the first aggressor against Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay.
He can rebut that.
Okay. With respect to Mr. Rosenbaum, the defense has definitely suggested and presented evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was a turbulent personality and was acting in an aggressive manner, and that is certainly a pertinent trait of character in terms of the question as to who was the first aggressor in the incident between them. I didn't hear a similar attack on Mr. Huber, as I think Mr. Sharafi has just stated. What the defense has offered with respect to Mr. Sharafi is direct evidence that Mr. Huber did actions that the jury actually has the unique benefit in this case that we wouldn't see in 1 in 100 cases, or even that, where they can actually see the action. So the evidence that you're offering now is character type evidence, which is really not directly rebutting the physical acts which the jury has been able to observe, as opposed to the case of the Rosenbaum evidence, where they've not seen the act and there was evidence introduced as to turbulent character. So it's rebuttive. Is that a word? Rebuttive?
I don't believe so.
Well, let's call it rebuttalistic. I asked to the.
I think that's twice.
But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to think about it during the break and read what Judge Weinstein and other commentators have to say. And then it's an interesting point. But my initial suspicion is that this doesn't rebut with the acts which the jury is able to see.
That's what I
Because in the statute makes
got it
reference
on
to it
video.
offered by the prosecution. Where is it here? Offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut
You can say he was the best person.
evidence that the victim was the first
Kyle
aggressor.
That's precisely what they presented. If they want to stipulate that Mr. Huber was not the first aggressor in terms of his interaction with Mr. Rittenhouse, I think we'll gladly accept that stipulation.
What did they show? What has the defense offered
In the opening,
in argument or in in either an argument here during the case or an opening or in the evidence? What did they offer on the subject of aggression by Mr. Huber, other than the act with respect to the skateboard and any effort he may have made to de-weaponize the accused?
in terms, all we know, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, the only interaction that I'm aware of between Mr. Huber and Mr. Rittenhouse that night, there may be some pictures where they're sort of seen in close proximity, but the only interaction that I'm aware of between the two is you see Mr. Huber, I believe this was an opening, sort of focuses attention on Mr. Rittenhouse, begin running that way he either swings and loses his grip on the skateboard or throws the skateboard at Mr. Rittenhouse. It goes to the other side of the road. He then goes and retrieves the skateboard and then goes back towards Mr. Rittenhouse. So I don't see how that is not the defense calling him the first aggressor. It doesn't have to go back all through the night like they've been allowed to do with Mr. Rosenbaum. They are saying, unless they are agreeing that Mr. Rittenhouse was the first aggressor, they are saying he was the first aggressor by throwing a skateboard at him and trying to hit him with a skateboard.
Okay.
So we can rebut that. According to the statute, it's plain language in the statute.
Well, I'm gonna see what the commentaries say. We'll take a look. Why don't you come back about 12:25 if you can? Oh, all right, 12:30. 12:30. Aren't you a light eater like me?
Judge, do you mind if I take this out of your courtroom?
You may take it, as long as you promise to return it.
Well, of course.
We're gonna 12:30.
That's real time.
Yeah, you got it. So you got about 33, isn't it? All right. Is to introduce appropriate evidence.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure what the objection was. But I don't see how Kyle was the first aggressor if he's running and this guy is chasing him and then throws a skateboard at him. How does that make Kyle the first aggressor? Because, okay, if the guy was chasing him because he just... Wait, no. Rosenbaum was the first victim, right? Wait, was the guy with... I'm confused. Are they talking about... The guy with the skateboard was not the first victim, right? Is this... Rosenbaum. Are they talking about Rosenbaum? He was the one with the skateboard? Or is this a different guy? Because I want to say the guy that had the skateboard wasn't the first victim. He was chasing Kyle because he had shot the other guy. Yeah. Right. So this isn't Rosenbaum. This is a different guy? What's this guy's name? I forgot. So he's chasing Kyle because the other guy got shot. What was he going to do when he got to Kyle? Just beat him up? Take his gun? What? That wasn't any of his business. I think that makes him the first aggressor. Okay. So he was chasing Kyle because Kyle shot the other guy. But so they're saying he's not the first aggressor? Kyle's running away, and the guy is chasing Kyle. So how does that make Kyle the first aggressor? They're lumping everything that happened that night into one thing? instead of taking each person involved individually? They're not looking at each victim individually. So it's a matter of perspective then. So if you look at it as if Kyle shot the first guy, and then the guy with the skateboard was chasing him because of that, then you could say that Kyle was the first aggressor. But if you look at it individually at each victim, then you could say no, Kyle wasn't, because he was running away and this guy was chasing him. So it's a matter of perspective. It depends on how you want to look at the situation. In my opinion, it depends on how you look at it. If you look at it as a whole, or if you look at it as each individual victim. And I don't know. I don't have an opinion about what way it should be looked at. It's just a hot mess.
And this, we don't update a lot of these things anymore. This is from 1990. The laws of evidence don't change that fast, although there's been change to this rule fairly recent. And I actually, one of the issues I didn't get to yet, and may not have to, is whether on the particular points we're going to talk about, whether the federal and Wisconsin rules are alike, because there's been somewhat of a change. But this is from 1992, and it's section 193, Colonel McCormick, a well-established exception to the rule forbidding character evidence to prove conduct applies to homicide and assault cases in which there is a dispute as to who was the first aggressor. This exception permits the accused in such cases to introduce appropriate evidence of the victim's character for turbulence and violence. In response, the prosecution may adduce evidence that the victim was a characteristically peaceful person. So it says that the accused can offer evidence of the defendant's character, of Mr. Huber's character for turbulence and violence. They haven't done that.
This is Huber, okay.
They've introduced evidence of specific acts of Mr. Huber. And that sentence, the second sentence I read, is in response, the prosecution may adduce evidence that the victim was characteristically a peaceful person. So you're responding to something that hasn't been offered, which is character evidence about Mr. Huber. Now, if I read to the revision from 1974 of the federal rule, evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by the accused or by the prosecution to rebut the same. And again, rebut would be in reference to the evidence of a pertinent trait of character, which has not been offered by the defense. Or character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. So it says evidence, it doesn't say character. So that second phrase seems to suggest that the prosecution can offer evidence in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. Wait a minute. Let me look at that again. In response. Or evidence of the character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. So
Are you reading that right, Judge?
I hope so, because I read it the first time and I questioned whether I had. Let's see. Or evidence of the character trait of peacefulness of Mr. Huber offered by the state in a homicide case to rebut evidence that Mr. Rittenhouse was the first aggressor.
I have victim was the first aggressor.
Well, I'm reading from, and I'll try one more time. Here, wait.
It's
Wait.
victim.
What?
We agree that victim was the first aggressor.
And I'm going to offer as an exhibit here, just to say that my eyes are not feeling that badly. Yeah, you can look at it yourself. It says defendant. So, so much for that book. You can look at it yourself. It's there. All right. No wonder we didn't renew that book. You could make a big mistake with that. Let's read from my favorite, which is Judge Weinstein, who says, and
So again, what if someone breaks into my house and I shoot him? Does that mean I should never be allowed to have a gun ever again because I killed somebody with a gun? Why can't I have a gun to defend myself? He should have been punished for buying the gun illegally. That's what he should have been punished for. And being there when he shouldn't have been there.
this is at 7013C that we've talked about before. When the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the prosecution is entitled not only to offer rebutting evidence about the victim's character, but also introduce evidence that the defendant has the same character trait. And so it starts off when the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, which hasn't been done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first part of that statute, not the second.
Well, the second part, if we're talking about this, I'm talking about 2B, which is going to be one.
Yeah, because he shot them in self-defense. I would not do anything that he would need to shoot me in self-defense. I'm not afraid of guns or people with guns. I grew up around guns. My dad had guns hidden all around our house. The gun is not what kills somebody. It's the person that uses it. He used that gun in self-defense. So, no, I would not have a problem with him being my neighbor.
When they do these transpositions of the numbers, what are you offering it under? You tell me the statute you're offering it under.
I'm
I
offering
thought it was 1B.
90404 1B, but there's two provisions in there.
I know there are.
Okay, we're talking about the second, which is the
Well, for starters, I wouldn't be beating him with a skateboard. I'm not going to riot. I'm not going to be chasing him. I'm not going to be doing any of the things that the people were doing to him that night. I would pose absolutely no threat whatsoever to him. And if he was my neighbor, I probably wouldn't even pay any attention to him whatsoever, because I don't pay attention to the neighbors I have now. So I wouldn't be a threat. There's no way I'd be. I mean, I wouldn't know how he perceived me, but there would be no reason for him to think I was a threat. He made a bad decision, more than one bad decision, but he was a 17-year-old kid. Oh, God. See, I said it yesterday. He hasn't learned. I knew. But no, I don't have a problem with people having guns. And like I said, he used the gun to defend himself. Well, if he does it again, he'll get arrested and he'll have another trial. And at that point, depending on motions in limine, because if it were to happen again and he was to get a trial, get arrested and have a trial, they would have to, I'm sure that the defense attorney would move that this incident was not mentioned in the new trial, and they would have to get a jury that never heard of him before and didn't know anything about the first trial. Yeah, self-defense is self-defense. And he's old enough to have a gun now. So if he's there helping out and there's no curfew and he's got a legal gun and it's self-defense, then he shouldn't even be arrested because it's self-defense. Self-defense is self-defense. If someone's trying to harm you and you have a way to protect yourself, it's self-defense.
Character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor.
If someone is trying to harm him, it's still self-defense. Even if it's the same thing in a different city. If he gets himself back in the same situation that he did back in 2020, he's stupid. And it's his fault for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But if someone's trying to harm him and he shoots them, it's still self-defense.
Right. And that is a more sweeping statement than the older material before. I think it's a 1974 revision.
I like the Trigger's tie.
Anyway, there was disagreement in the other one I used was the Graham Handbook of Federal Evidence, and there's disagreement. So when I walked out here, I thought, well, I think I'm going to resolve the tie in favor of the state. Now, you're forewarning them that you have got some other crimes or some contrary evidence, I guess rebutting evidence that we might as well talk about now rather than have.
What's a forever box? I told y'all yesterday, I don't like this kid. I agree. He's an idiot. An absolute idiot. Idiot, stupid, naive, juvenile, dumb as a box of rocks. But he still acted in self-defense. You don't have to like it. Oh, okay. So she deserved it, is what he's okay. He's stupid. And I don't think he's more mature now than he was back then. I'm not. I know it just sounds like I'm defending him. I'm not. He shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have had the gun. None of this should ever happen. Those two men should still be alive. I'm just saying, in this one particular instant, he had to act in self-defense. And that's what he is dangerous, Judy. I agree. I agree. And he should have been punished for the things he did wrong. But the prosecutor did not charge him. In my opinion, the prosecutor did not charge him correctly. And that's why he wasn't punished. He overcharged him. He totally overcharged him. He focused on the two dead men and not on the things he should have charged him for. Right. If he puts himself back in that situation again, that's on Kyle. Because anybody with any sense is going to think, what happens if I go back out there and I have to defend myself again and I kill somebody else? Then he deserves whatever happens. Because he shouldn't be there. He should be at home in bed with his new wife. Why would you put yourself back in that situation? Next time he might get shot. Who knows? I hope to God he doesn't go out there and help. He's an idiot. But if it's self-defense, God, let it not happen again, please. But if it does and it's self-defense, it's still self-defense. Let's just hope and pray that he doesn't go back out there and history doesn't repeat itself. He's a little boy that wanted to look powerful. He wanted his 15 minutes of fame, and he sure got it.
Here's the jury again. Are you prepared for what the defense suggests they're going to offer?
Yes, I don't believe the incident in which an individual runs to try to help or try to save people brings in completely irrelevant criminal acts that have already been barred.
It's character traits for peacefulness is what they're getting into. I have two criminal complaints, one of which the defendant held a knife to his brother's throat. He put a knife to his brother's ear. He called him. He said he would gut him like a.
You said what?
Mr. Huber told his brother that if he didn't start cleaning a room in their house, he was going to gut him like a pig. Mr. Huber's brother noticed a knife in Mr. Huber's right hand that looked like a butcher knife, 6 inches long with a green handle. Mr. Huber later on in the same incident threw a chair and some clothes across the room, threatening to kill his brother if he didn't clean. Mr. Huber then sat down with the knife in his hand and watched them while his brother and Mr. Huber made his grandmother pick things up as well. And Mr. Huber told his brother that if he stopped cleaning, he would kill him. Mr. Huber's brother then turned around and Mr. Huber put a knife to his brother's stomach, saying he was going to gut him like a pig. Mr. Huber's brother bent down to try to protect himself. Mr. Huber then grabbed his brother by the neck, dug his nails in. He then put a knife to his brother's left ear. His brother felt the blade and believed his ear was cut. And then as he left, he told the people in the house, "I'm going to burn the house down with all you fuckers in it." That's what Mr. Huber had said in that instance. And that is charged in Kenosha County case 12 CF 1346. He has another criminal.
What was the outcome? And what 12 CF?
12 CF 1346. I believe he entered a plea to strangulation and suffocation in that case.
Okay.
I have a 18 CM 509 case in which he kicked what I believe is his sister, Caitlin Hughes, in the right hip, causing her pain and causing her to fall into a nearby dog crate. So I would normally not move to admit those. However, if they're saying that this is a peaceful man, and if you say, Judge, running to this area to stop whatever was happening, it's not a fight or there's no violence, it doesn't sound like. But if you're saying that's peaceful, 90405 allows me to get into specific instances on cross. So
I can respond. I believe 90405.
Could you start over?
Sure. I believe 90405 allows specific instances of conduct of the individual being cross-examined, which we obviously cannot do. This I don't know how they would get this in. I guess.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you can't? The individual being cross-examined will be the person who's giving the opinion. I tried this case, State against King, right here in this room when I was district attorney, 1974, 75. Mr. King shot his wife in the eye and killed her, and there was testimony. Well, the bottom line was that I was allowed when an opinion had been expressed about the character for peacefulness of the accused, and on cross-examination, I inquired, "Would your opinion change if you knew thus and so about Mr. King?" And there was objection because it was a specific instance, and the Supreme Court said that was permissible inquiry because the opinion had been rendered, and the wealth of knowledge of the opinion giver was therefore subject to scrutiny.
That's why I asked, Morty.
How much information this person actually knew, because the character you're trying to present isn't limited to just an incident involving a fire at some point in time, but is limited to the entire character of the decedent. So my initial inclination would be this is probably admissible. Probably. And if you go ahead with the evidence, and you're welcome to do so, although the defense has also pointed out correctly that the character is for peaceableness, and what you were talking about was more heroism. So, but I think I'll give you that much. But you're forewarned. I'm going to be taking another look at that King case because it's been a long time. But this sounds like something that he'll be allowed to go into.
Understand?
What do you want to do?
I will not submit the evidence.
You what?
I will withdraw that question and not submit the evidence.
You'll withdraw that question and?
I'm not going to elicit that testimony.
Okay, do you want Mrs. Hughes back on the stand?
Yes, there's still just a couple
Okay.
more questions. They obviously have to cross-examine her.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury? Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Mr. Schroff, see what?
Just putting your book back. I want to witness.
Well, I think Kyle is a pretty good demonstration as to why underage people should not have guns. That's the whole purpose for the age restriction. Bad choices. I don't have a problem with guns. I personally have never shot a gun. I don't know how to load a gun. I know nothing about guns. But I don't have a problem with people that want to have guns as long as they use them responsibly and legally.
Good afternoon, everybody. We had some additional discussion on the issues that were pending, and it has been decided the state has decided to withdraw the question which was asked.
Settled in? Okay. Ms. Hughes, the night of August 25th, or into the morning of August 26th, when or how did you hear about what had happened to Anthony?
I got a text around midnight, maybe a little after, from Anthony's girlfriend, Hannah, saying,
Oh, we don't need to get into the context of it. That would be
Okay.
called hearsay. And then did you ever receive any further communication about, let me ask it this way. When did you find out that he had died?
much later. It was maybe 5:30 in the morning.
And how old was Anthony when he died?
He had turned 26 a couple days before.
Ma'am, I'd like you to look at there's an item in front of you which I've turned over. I'd ask you to turn it over to look at it. It's in marked as States Exhibit 44. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a photo of Anthony as an adult and Anthony as a child with his skateboard.
And are those pictures you provided to my office?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate copies of how Anthony looked at in childhood and as an adult?
Mhm.
I'd ask that 44 be entered into evidence and published to the jury by being passed around.
Is there objection?
There is not.
Okay, go ahead.
That's all the questions I have. I'll give it over.
And he can do it.
I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Did you have questions?
I have no questions for Ms. Hughes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Oh,
Oh,
So, would you raise your hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Ma'am, could you please state your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter?
Carrie Ann Swart. It's spelled KARIANNSWART.
And Ms. Swart, do you know Joseph Rosenbaum?
I do.
How do you know Mr. Rosenbaum?
He's my fiance.
And is Mr. Rosenbaum still living?
No.
And did he die on August 25th, 2020?
His date of death is considered August 26th.
And before that date, how long had you known Mr. Rosenbaum?
Since August 3rd of 2019.
And after you met, how long did it take till you started a romantic relationship?
About maybe 3 days.
And had you known him before? You never met him before August 3rd?
No.
And where are you from?
I grew up in Illinois.
What would you and Joseph do together?
When Joseph and I were together at the beginning, we were homeless. We just spent a lot of time talking, getting to know one another, and laughing and joking around. He was a very animated person like that.
And is Joseph from Kenosha?
No, he is from Waco,
Hey,
Texas.
Nancy.
And do you know why he moved up here?
He moved up here to be with his girlfriend at the time and their child.
So does he has a child living in Kenosha?
Correct.
Is this the girlfriend that had the restraining
I
order?
would like to bring your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020. Did you see Joseph on that day?
I did.
And where did you see Joseph?
I saw him at the motel that we were living at,
Was it in the motel or outside the motel?
outside the motel.
And had you seen, do you know where Joseph had been in the days prior to that?
Correct.
I'm sorry. Do you know where he had been in the days prior to August 25th? In the day or two prior?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was at a hospital in Milwaukee.
And do you know for sure how he got from the hospital in Milwaukee to back to Kenosha?
I am not 1,000% sure. As far as I gathered from him and from the hospital, they brought him down here.
You didn't bring him back down.
No, I did not.
And he wasn't dropped off at this motel.
No.
So how did, if you know, how did Joseph, do you know where he was dropped off?
I believe he was dropped off by the transit center.
So right around here in downtown Kenosha. And do you know how he got to your hotel?
He walked.
I don't want to give the name because it's about how far would that be?
About an hour, 40 minutes, 40 minutes to an hour, I would say.
So the hotel is not in downtown
No,
Kenosha.
it's not.
Man, can you bring the microphone a little closer? It's kind of hard to hear in here.
Is that better?
And when Joseph arrived at your hotel, what did he have on him?
You mean as in on his person?
Well, let me ask this way. What was he wearing?
He was wearing jean shorts, white shoes, and a red top.
Did he have a bandana with him at all?
No.
And was he carrying or holding anything?
He was carrying a plastic hospital bag.
And did you see the plastic hospital bag?
I did.
Did you see what was inside the plastic hospital bag?
I did.
What was inside the plastic hospital bag?
I saw socks, a miniature deodorant, like trial size, little toothbrush and toothpaste, paperwork, and an empty water bottle, like a plastic water bottle that was empty.
So when
Like-
you're talking about a plastic water bottle, let me just borrow
Yeah.
one from the detective here.
Yeah.
Do you mean like your standard 16 to 20 ounce plastic bottle, or like something you'd see maybe at a gym or on a bike, like a more heavy plastic?
No, it was a plastic bottle like that.
So a small, probably 16 ounce plastic.
It was
water bottle.
empty. There was no water.
And did you talk to him about this bag?
I did. I just asked him if he wanted me to throw it out, and he had said no, he was going to carry it around with him because of the few items that were in it.
About what time did he arrive at this, or I guess near this hotel?
I would say between 3:30 and 4:30.
And what did you guys do once he arrived?
We talked. We hadn't seen each other for maybe a week, and we just mostly talked about his and my relationship.
And this was outside.
Correct.
And then how did, actually, let me ask it this way. Do you know if he was able to procure any medication that day?
He was not able to fill the prescriptions he had because the Walgreens closest to us had been boarded up and closed down due to the chaos that was going on.
Do you know, if he had taken his medications that day?
He had.
Ms. Swear, I'd like to show you what is marked as Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the plastic bag from the hospital.
And is it true that a few days ago I showed you a printout of this exact exhibit?
Yes.
And is that the plastic bag that you're referring to that he brought back from the hospital?
Yeah, it's like one of those plastic bags that you just put your clothes and belongings in.
And in looking at the screen, does it seem like there's more items or fewer items or the same items, if you can tell, that he had when he was at your residence?
It appears to be the same as when I saw it.
Can you make out anything in this photograph?
I can make out. I think he might have had an extra shirt in there. That might be. And it looks like the water bottle on the side. Shirt.
Sure, thank you.
Do you know if Joseph Rosenbaum knew anyone named Kelly or Joshua Zeminski?
He did not.
I would object, that's speculation.
Sustained. Expect the answer. The witness would not be in a position to know the identity of all persons that the accused would have known, the decedent would have known. Thank you.
Do you know if he knew any people in Kenosha?
No, he did not.
Same objection. Not sure I heard the question.
The question was, do you know whether he knew many people in Kenosha? And she answered, pardon me?
That would be my objection would be the same.
Okay. It's along, generally, it's the same, would be the same ruling, except that it's like my asking if you know people, many people in Topeka. And that's really a bad example. But the bottom line is, it's a little bit different from the last. Did the decedent know a specific individual? Now he's asking her, did he know many people in Kenosha? And I think that she'd be in a better position to answer that, so I'm going to let that one go.
And you said no.
Correct.
Now, in your relationship, this about year, how often were you with him?
Every day.
And were there times he would go out on his own?
No.
Were you together all the time?
All the time.
And you said for a while you were homeless, and you said you were living in a tent,
Correct.
and you were together that entire time.
All the time.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever introduce you to someone named Joshua Zeminski?
No.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever introduce you to someone named Kelly Zeminski?
No.
Did he ever talk about knowing a Josh or a Kelly?
No.
Do you know Joshua or Kelly Zeminski?
I don't.
How tall was Joseph?
5'3".
How tall are you?
5'3".
And was Joseph a larger individual, build wise? Was he bigger frame, smaller frame, medium frame?
He was medium, smaller frame.
Do you know if Joshua had any money on him when he was at your residence?
I'm sorry.
Do you know if he had any money?
Joseph?
Did I say Joshua? I apologize. Did Joseph have any money?
No.
Now, did Joseph spend the night there, or how did he end up leaving? Or what? Let me ask this way: did Joshua leave? Did Joseph leave?
Yes, he did.
About what time?
He left at exactly 9:38 because I looked at my clock,
You looked at your clock.
my watch.
And how was your parting? How did you part ways?
It was really good. We were talking about things we were going to work on in the relationship. He was extremely excited to work on himself, work on some of the things he needed to work on. And when he left, he said, he said that he would see me in the morning, and he was all excited, and I love you. It was a pleasant visit.
Was there any discussion of the potential for events downtown or the curfew or anything like that?
I did explain to him that things had gotten bad the last few days because he was not in town. And I did tell him explicitly not to go downtown.
And what is the next thing that you remember happening that night in relation to Joseph?
I got a phone call at 4 a.m. from the medical examiner.
And is that when you discovered that Joseph was deceased?
Correct.
Did Joseph own any guns?
No.
Did he have an interest or a hobby involving guns that you're aware of?
Not at all.
You never saw him reading magazines or articles or having a knowledge about guns?
No, he did not like guns.
What do you mean?
Question based upon the court's prior ruling, motion and eliminate in this subject regarding firearms.
Sustain.
So what did you do once you received this news?
I fell to my knees and cried.
And then what, if anything, did you do?
I went on my phone and looked up on the Facebook Kenosha scanner page to see what the police call might have been about that night. And there was a video link, and I clicked that, and that's when I saw the video of Joe dying.
So you watched one of the videos of the shooting?
Correct.
And that evening, had you been watching? We've heard a lot of people are out there live streaming or filming or the news. Had you been watching any of that?
Nothing.
All right. So you had no idea that anything, you didn't know what was happening in downtown Kenosha until 4 o'clock
Till
in the morning.
4 in the morning.
Once you saw that video, what did you do?
I broke down, and I can't get that image out of my head. So, yeah.
Did you go down to downtown Kenosha at all?
I did the following morning. My sister picked me up about 8 a.m. and we went over to Car Source, and there was the mark where Joe had been laying. And I put my hand in it, and my hand was wet with his blood. And that's, again, when I collapsed on the ground.
I'd like to show you what is marked as States Exhibits 42 and 43. Come here, we'll look at it in order, okay?
Okay.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 42. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a picture of Joe and I in front of Quick Trip.
And is that a true and accurate copy of a photo of you two together?
Yes.
If you know, do you know when in relation to August 25th that was taken?
I would say, in relation to when, probably a year prior.
Oh, so probably closer when you first met.
Yes.
I would like to move Exhibit 42 into evidence.
Objection. I don't. Receive.
It would depend on the amount. It wouldn't be like wet. It would be like sticky wet. So if it was, I mean, if he bled out right there, yeah, it would still be wet enough for it to like transfer to her hand, but it would be like sticky wet. It wouldn't be like fresh. And the other guy got shot right there too. So chances are it wasn't all his. It was the other guy's too. But yeah, it's not wet like fresh. It would. Why would you put your hand in that? Ugh.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 43. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's a picture of Joe and I in the bathroom.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate copy of a picture of yourself and Mr. Rosenbaum?
It is.
And is that a picture? I'd like to move exhibit 43 into evidence.
Objection. I don't have an objection. Receive.
And if you know, where in your relationship was that taken term time wise? Was it?
This was about April of 2020.
Thank you. I'd like to publish the pictures by having them passed around the jury.
Objection. No. Go ahead.
I believe that's all the questions I have.
George, I know you don't want us to approach, but based on our earlier conversation, I'd like to have a conversation about specific areas of inquiry.
What is this, dude? Are you knocking on a invisible door or what?
Let me ask you folks to step out for a minute. And yeah, when you finish looking at those pictures, then I'm going to ask you to step into the library for a minute. After you've done so, why don't you step in the library? And I don't think this will be lengthy. Yeah, go ahead. You had to work today instead of your usual. I beg your pardon?
Is it okay if she's here during our discussion?
She can step out for a few minutes, but I assume this isn't going to be lengthy. But we'll find out. If you're more comfortable walking around for a little bit, you can, but it's going to be just a matter of minutes, I hope. Mr. Sharathison.
So Judge, I don't want to, we had talked about this after openings and I didn't want to step on any pretrial ruling. In the opening statement, there was a statement about Mr. Rosenbaum being in the hospital in Milwaukee that was addressed with Ms. Ward on direct examination. I am of the opinion that simply stating he was in a hospital is a misrepresentation as to what actually was going on. Most people are at hospitals for physical ailments, to recover from whatever's going on. And I think if we're going to give the jury a clear picture of the hospital he was in, I think we have to be able to at least, I think it's appropriate now based on their questioning and the questioning is evidence. So that in fact that he had been released from Aurora, their mental health wing or their mental health.
Why is that not part of the hospital?
I'm not saying it's not part of the hospital, but I think it's reasonable to say that the majority of people believe that you're at a hospital for physical ailments.
I don't know that of course we get a jaded view because we deal with a larger percentage of people who are hospitalized who are there for mental or emotional disorders. So, and you're not selling this, sir.
Well, the other area that she had mentioned or that was talked about on cross-examination was, did he take his medications that day?
Yeah, that's another matter.
So it's irrelevant, I suppose, if he takes blood pressure medication or medication like that. I'm assuming, and she can come in and do this outside the presence of the jury. I'm assuming there's testimony about him taking his medications for mental health ailments. And I would ask, I don't have to go into it too deep, but I think it's relevant that I ask her what those medications were that he took that day.
It could be, but what if she names a medication? Do we know why it was prescribed, what its pharmacological properties are, what the possible side effects are, what it's generally used for? There's all kinds of things, and I'm not going to invite the jury to speculate on that by just dropping in front of them while he was taking liquid penicillin. It means nothing to the jury. So I'm just depositing something for them to speculate about, and so I'm hostile to that.
If she knows what it's for.
Well, I'm going to let you have your voir dire to determine the extent of her knowledge.
Okay.
It is fair game because you did bring up about medication.
That's all I can ask. So
Okay, did you want to say anything?
I don't believe it's relevant. There's things in the reports that he had not taken medications that day. That's why I brought it up. I don't think it's technically all that big of a deal. I do believe it's. I don't think it's relevant. I think that you are raising a good point, which is these psychoactive drugs, these benzodiazepine type drugs. I'm not an expert on them, or else I wouldn't be at this table. But one drug can be prescribed for a variety of diagnoses.
Because yeah, for the very reasons I've said, I'm not just going to give them something that means nothing to them and then ask them to try to speculate as to what it's for. So ask her to come in and she can be examined. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharofsky.
You had answered some questions from Attorney Kraus regarding Joseph taking medications that day.
Correct.
Mr.
Rosenbaum. Sorry.
Thank you.
And that Mr. Rosenbaum had taken medications that day?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what they were?
No, I only know some of them. I don't remember all of them.
Do you know, can you tell us the sum that you know he took?
Gabapentin was one.
I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. Do you know what he takes that? Did you know what he took that for?
Bipolar disorder.
Okay. Any other medications that you know that he took?
I know he was on an antidepressant. At that time, I don't know which one they had him on.
Okay.
Those would, and then something for sleep.
Okay, but to be fair to you, the only medication that you know by name was gabapentin.
Mhm.
And you are telling us that you know he took that for his bipolar disorder.
Correct.
Okay.
Any question for the state?
Do you know? Do you know when? Do you know that he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Did you go to doctor's appointments with him or anything of that nature?
Yes.
And how do you know that gabapentin was prescribed for that reason?
I was his emergency contact at the hospital, so they really called me and asked me what kind of medications I've worked in the past for him. And I told them, and they were in contact with me, letting me know what medications he was on, just like they called me that morning to say they were going to be letting him go. But that he had his medication.
So the hospital told you that day or the night before that they were gonna. Did they say they were prescribing it, or did they just ask you what they should prescribe?
At first, they were asking what they thought was best. And then I told them what had worked for him in the past. And the doctor or the nurse that I spoke with, then explained to me what medications they put him on. And that was that.
How many medications total, if you know, was he taking? Or was he given, let me ask it this way, was he given at the hospital?
I believe he was given Effexor, gabapentin, and Seroquel for sleep. Seroquel.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look up these drugs. I'm not familiar with them. I have no further questions.
All right. Yeah, I think there's enough information that it's admissible. So, and the state did open the door. So, ask the jury to come back in, please.
What does the I stand for? Illnesses? Infections? Infections, probably. Infection. I wish they quit changing the names of stuff. I'm old. I don't have time to learn all these new names. Not Marty's fault. They keep changing the names of everything. UFOs or UAPs now. I can't say everything they've changed because I'm not allowed to say some of the old stuff we used to call stuff. Even old medical words are not allowed now.
Ms. Ward, I only have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Okay. So you had mentioned on direct examination that you and Mr. Rosenbaum spent the day of the 25th together. Is that fair?
The afternoon, yes.
Okay. And you were asked by Attorney Krause if he had taken his medication that day, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum was taking gabapentin, is that right?
I believe so, yes. That's what I was told.
Okay. And you know, having been around him, that was for bipolar disorder?
It was to help with, along with the antidepressant.
And when you saw him, this plastic bag, you saw the picture of the plastic bag?
Correct.
Gabapentin will make you
One of the
suicidal.
things that you mentioned that he had in there was,
I am, Marty. I am.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and you had said that plastic water bottle was empty, is that right?
Correct.
Did you find it odd that he was walking around with an empty plastic water bottle?
Well, when I saw the bag with the empty bottle, I thought it might have been garbage. I asked if he wanted me to throw it out, but he said because he had some clothes and some paperwork from the hospital that he was just going to hold on to the bag because that was all he had.
And he didn't ask you to throw away the water bottle, did he?
No.
He took that with him when he left you that evening. Is that right?
As far as I know.
Now, you had
Thanks.
you had said that normally you had spent a lot of your time or all of your time together,
Yes.
but that night was going to be different. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you had told him not to go downtown.
Correct.
Okay, why was that?
Because of all the unrest the days prior.
And you were concerned that he was going to go down there?
No, I was concerned that because the entire city was up in flames that something would happen to him anywhere. But specifically, it seemed like it was downtown. So because he was coming from Milwaukee and didn't know all that information about Kenosha, I just wanted to make sure he knew.
Did you feel the need to go with him when he left?
No.
And did he tell you where he was going?
No, he didn't.
Did he, to your knowledge, did he have anywhere else to stay?
No, he did not.
So it was either with you or
I'm with you.
no other designated kind of place to go.
Correct.
And my last question, from where you were staying, how far is it to 59th and Sheridan?
I would guess an hour walk back, because it's about an hour from the transit to the hotel, so it'd probably be about an hour back to this area.
So if we walk, let's say we walk 4 miles an hour, I don't know that, but so it would be maybe 3, 4, 5 miles, somewhere in there.
I don't know.
Okay, good enough. Ma'am, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time.
Any question?
Yes, please. Ms. Swart, did the hospital he was at, did they consult with you on medications he was going to receive?
Yes.
And why? So was this a new mixture of medications that he was on?
No. This was his regular medication that he had gone off of and had been back on for the last week or so, last week, 10 days before his death.
And he had been on that with his other medications altogether for a while.
Yeah, for the whole time I was with him, a year, yeah.
Nothing further.
I have no follow-up questions.
You may step down, ma'am. State.
Let's ask Ken next time we see him. Yeah, forgot about that. What is wrong with homeless? Homeless. That means you don't have a home. Housing disadvantaged. It's the same thing with, as Travis would say, college words. When I worked at the hospital, I worked with a nursing assistant that was from Africa. And one night, somebody they had floated them to the floor, so they weren't a regular on our floor, and they didn't know her name. Actually, I've forgotten her name. And she said, was trying to, I guess I asked her who told her something or who she was speaking with, or I don't know. And she said, oh, that nice African American lady. And there was another. Oh. And there was another black clerk at the desk at the nurse's station, and she turned around and she goes, most black people don't like to be called African American. And I started laughing. I said, yes, but in this case, she is African. She's from Africa. She is not African American. She's African. So I don't get why there's all these word police. Like, if somebody doesn't like what they're called, let them tell you. You know, like, why are there word police? It's whatever. Let them, if the person's offended, let them tell you they're offended. Let them tell you what they want to be called. No, visually impaired would
Can you raise
be.
your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you please pull that microphone really close in front of you and speak as loudly and clearly into it as
Housing
possible? Could you
disadvantage.
state your name and spell your
Home
name for the record,
challenge.
please?
Doesn't
Sahil
make
Kendry, Sahil, last name Khindri.
No? What?
How are you currently employed?
I have my own dealership in Milwaukee,
What is that dealership called?
Car Planet,
Where is that located?
4020 North Green Bay Avenue.
Back in August of 2020, were you operating that car dealership in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a series of car dealerships here in Kenosha by the name of Car Source?
Yes, sir.
How are you acquainted with those businesses?
Actually, I worked here up until 2015, and after that, I moved to Milwaukee.
When you say you worked here
Mhm.
up until 2015, where is here?
Kenosha.
Okay, at Car Source?
Yes.
After 2015, did you work at Car Source?
No.
Did you have any ownership interest in the company?
No.
Was there a time in which you were down here at one of the car sources around the night of August 25th, 2020?
Is that Monday?
That's Tuesday night.
Tuesday? I was actually here. We got a call on the first night of riots. We got a call from police department. It's actually my dad's dealership, so I was here actually before that too.
What is your father's name?
Anil Kendry,
How do you spell that?
Anil, last name. Oh, same last name. Sorry.
What is his relationship to the car source dealership?
He's the owner.
You said that we got a call. Who is the we?
Police department called because my brother's phone was off, and I guess people like around 4 o'clock, he put it on silent mode at nighttime, and then police department called around 6:30 to notify that riots happened or stuff like that.
Who did the police call at that time?
I do not remember. One of us,
Okay. When you say one of us, it's you
either
and
my
who else?
dad, either me, myself, or my brother. I think more like my brother.
What is your brother's name?
Anmol Country.
And do you know what Anmil? Can you spell that for us, please?
ANMOL.
What is Anmil's relationship to Car Source?
He's basically an inventory manager. For example, cars come from the auction, give it to mechanics, repairs, and then once they are detailed, put it on the lot. That's it.
Back in August of 2020, was your brother Anmil the head of the inventory for Car Source?
Yes.
You said there was a phone call around 6:30 p.m. Do you remember which night that was?
6:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Monday morning, yes.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Sorry.
What, if anything, did you personally do after that with regard to the issue of the phone call? Did you come down here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you normally live?
We were on KR, like
That's
20 minutes away.
okay. And when you say we were on KR, do you mean just
We live in the same house.
you, your brother, and your dad?
Yes.
Okay. So did the three of you come down at that point?
What?
Actually, 4 of us, my mom too.
Okay. Did you all come down at that point?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
And what did you observe about the Car Source properties at that time?
A lot of cars were burned. The building, a lot of glass was broken. So, and then the police had a caution tape around it.
I've got a map up on the wall behind you there. There is a, next to the, in front of you, that bottle of hand sanitizer. There's a device laying next to it that's a pointer. Yes, right there. It's a laser pointer. And would you please, using that map, point out the location that you've just described as having burnt out cars and police tape around it?
Hi.
15821. At least can somebody? The address.
So this is a map of the area of Kenosha along Sheridan Road.
Right on the top, right there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the car source location, which is on the northeast corner of the intersection of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Is that fair to say?
Yes, right there.
Okay. In addition to that location, there are two other car source locations close by on Sheridan Road. Is that right?
No, there's 63rd Street is the second car source.
There's also a location kitty corner from the one you just mentioned. Are you aware of that one?
You mean car doctor?
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
yeah, that's the repair center. Yes.
Okay. So if you could point out the one we were just talking about that you mentioned earlier. Okay. And then kitty corner across the street from that to the southwest corner, we have it labeled as car source, but do you see what I'm talking about?
Oh, right here.
Yes.
Yes.
What is that location?
Car doctor.
What is that?
It's our repair center that's owned by my mom.
Okay. When you were originally describing a location that had burnt out cars, that was the first one.
Yes.
Okay. You said you came down there at that point?
Yes.
This time in the morning? Which morning was it that you came down? Do you recall which day it was?
Monday morning.
Monday morning? So this was after Sunday night into Monday morning?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do after that?
Cried.
Okay. What was the condition of the location that you've now described as car doctor?
Mm-hmm.
What was the condition of that location?
That was fine.
Did you see any damage to any property at that location?
No.
These locations that you've talked about, the car source at 59th and at 63rd, and then the car doctor, at that time in August of 2020, did you work for any of them?
No.
Do you go by the name Sam?
Sal.
Sal?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time on that Monday or maybe the following day in which you spoke to anyone, and I'm asking you personally, spoke to anyone about protecting those properties?
No.
There's an individual in the court
Mhm.
who's been identified as Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Do you see him here in court today?
Yes.
Have you ever personally spoken to that person?
No.
Have you ever personally texted or called or spoken
No.
on the phone with that person?
No.
Okay. At any point during that Monday or Tuesday process, did you ever speak with anyone about protecting any of those locations?
No. I actually don't even work there.
Okay. All right.
So,
I have no further questions.
So, Mr. Kinry, you, how close in age are you and your brother?
2 years apart.
Okay, and you go by Sal, does he
Yes.
go by Sam?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I don't know if this one's on. I have no idea. I think, can you just turn around for a second and look at that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
That is you?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was Sam, but it's you.
Yeah, that's
Um,
me.
And can you tell me where that picture is taken?
63rd Street.
63rd
63rd Street. Yes.
In Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay. That was taken on the night of the 25th. Is that right?
Tuesday evening.
25th? Okay. Now, you were asked, I think Mr. Bringer asked you if you can identify the person sitting at the table with the blue tie on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had said that you've never seen him before?
Now I know his name,
Okay.
but I didn't know him before that.
Okay. If I told you that he was this guy right here, do you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Binger asked you, if I have it right, if you had asked anyone to protect the property that night, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had said
No.
to them? So these men are on your property, right?
It's my dad's. Yes.
They're on your family's
Yes.
property.
Mm-hmm.
You don't ask them to leave, correct?
Especially when they have guns and they dress up right in front of me. I was actually behind that silver Mercedes. There was a Hummer parked, which is our personal car. It had a brake line issue, and we parked that car inside, me and my mechanic. And there were a bunch of cars came in around 7-ish, and then the person that's right next to me dressed up right in front of me, like putting the fancy shoes on or something like that. And then he put some other, and then I was over there and I observed that they did that.
Well, tell me if this is right. You didn't think they were there to harm you, did you?
No.
Okay. And do you know anybody else in that picture?
No.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Nick Smith?
Later I learned he was actually worked for my brother about for a week or two. I don't recall, because I live in I manage Milwaukee store, so I really don't even know his staff until when I come there, because I'm there all day.
Okay, so people in that photograph
Mhm.
have worked for members of your family in the past. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. And only if you know. Do you know if those people in that picture were going into the Car Source physical building?
Okay. The person with the white hat with the cross. Later, I find out that he was he used to work for my brother as an ex-detailer, and he worked for a short amount of time.
So my question to you is, do you know if people in that photograph were physically inside that building?
No.
That evening?
No.
You don't know that, or they weren't?
In this building?
Yes.
No.
Were they in any other of the Car Source buildings that your family owns?
Just the 5821 and the Car Doctor, which is a service center.
So they were physically present inside 2 of the 3 buildings, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you said you have 3 buildings on Sheridan Road.
Yes.
You said they were not physically present inside that building, right?
Correct.
But they were physically present in the
What?
59th?
Who present?
Any of these people?
No. Only person which I can't imagine, because the Nick, he probably inside because he worked as a cleaning cars.
No.
That's what he used to do.
Go out. Come on.
Did he work there at the time on August 25th?
No,
Do you know how he got in the building?
I do not know.
To get in the building, he would need a key, correct?
Yes.
Do you know, only if you know, does your family's business give keys to people who no longer work there?
They don't.
So to physically get into the building, would somebody in your family have to open the building?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember what time you took that picture with those people on the screen?
Right before the curfew. I can't recall, 7:30-ish.
And then did you leave?
Yes.
Okay. And are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no conversation between you and any of those people about staying to protect the business?
No.
Nothing.
No, there was not, or no,
No, there wasn't.
No conversation?
No.
at
I
all?
think, I personally believe, I think the questions more you have is for my brother.
For Sam?
Yes, he goes by Sam.
Okay.
Because I don't even work there.
Sal, do you have a BMW?
Yes.
Do you remember giving Mr. Rittenhouse a ride from Car Source, what we call Car Source 2, which I think is the car doctor, to Car Source on 63rd? Do you remember doing that?
No.
You don't remember doing
No.
that day?
No.
But you do have a BMW?
Yeah, I have 10 more cars.
Okay. All right.
10 more cars.
Sir, thank you for your time.
Yep.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Kindry, there's going to be something up on the screen in just a second I'd like you to take a look at. It's, is there a way to zoom in on the text? Mr. Kindry, there's a message on the screen. It's a text message. I'd like you to read it to yourself, if you would.
Hi, Sam.
No, to yourself.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Have you ever seen that message before?
Yes.
When did you see it? The first time?
I think Thursday or Friday. My brother showed it to me.
Thursday or Friday of what week?
The same week.
Of the week of August 25th, 2020, when
Yes.
all this was happening?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Is it fair to say then that this was a message that was sent or received by your brother, not by you?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have about that. Put up the photo. Mr. Kindry, there's the photo that was just shown to you of you at the that is the 63rd Street Car Source, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And there's a group of people there. It's kind of hard. I'm going to ask you to try and go back in time to that moment.
Why did they take
There
a
may be
picture
some
of
things
that?
you've learned since then. I'm interested in at that very moment, as you're standing there with that group of people, did you know any of them?
No.
Commemorating
why are
the
you
people that came to
in the
protect
picture?
my business during the
I
riot.
saw the guy right to the right of me dressing up, and I was so impressed.
Is your name
And he
Nicole?
mentioned he's from ex-army, and I was like, I'd never seen that, and I normally saw these things on TV. So I am the one who requested, can I take a picture? And I think somebody did. I can't recall who did it. And then I gave my phone number to Nick to send it to me, and then that's it.
Did he ever do that?
Yeah, he did.
Can you tell us which one is Nick?
The guy with the white hat.
Okay, that's the
With
white
the
hat with the
X's.
red cross.
Yes.
And I assume before this night you knew who he was.
No, because I always work in Milwaukee, and my brother runs the Kenosha stores.
Let's put aside Nick for a second. Did you know anyone else in that picture?
No, sir.
What was your understanding at that moment in time what those people were doing there? Did you have an understanding?
A lot of cars came, I think 3 or 4, I can't recall which ones, and me and my technician parking our Hummer inside the shop because the brake lines were leaked. And and I saw these people were dressing up and this, and I went over there and I observed that they're dressing up. For me, that was really impressive.
But again, my question is, what was your understanding of why they were there? Did you have an understanding of why they were at your place?
They were saying that they were here to protect Kenosha because and community service, and I was like, okay.
Did you hear any of them say they were specifically there for car source?
No.
You mentioned that there was a Hummer that you parked inside a shop. Was it this building shown in the picture?
Yes.
Okay.
All the way to the end.
Okay. We know this is the 63rd Street car source.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like you to take a look at the people in that photograph there. Obviously, you're next to them at 63rd Street. My question is, were you with any of those people anywhere else that night?
No.
Were you with any of those people at the car doctor location on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan at any point that night?
I recalled there were a lot of right across the street from a car doctor. A lot of people were walking by. I observed some people over there, yes.
Which of those people in the photograph did you observe by the car doctor? The one I'm going to use, you're calling it the car doctor. We actually haven't heard that up until today, but either way, it's that car source location on the southwest corner, or the car doctor location on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. You know which location I'm talking about?
Right across the street from the main lot, right? Yes.
Which of the people in that photograph did you see or were you with at that car doctor location?
No one.
No one in that photograph?
No. I saw a lot of people like from a car doctor. If I'm standing over there across the street, they were passing. And then, yeah, I saw that.
But that wasn't anybody in this photograph.
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination? Recross?
Mr. Kidry, I have one question. Are you aware that the people in that picture were at all three of your family businesses that evening?
No.
You were unaware of that?
No.
Okay. And
No, I was not aware of it. Or
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of it.
And you, at a little before curfew, you had left for the night, and that was your involvement on the 24th, correct?
Is it Tuesday?
I'm sorry, 25th.
Was it Tuesday?
Yes.
Yeah, that day, that's the last thing I did was took the picture. And then my brother came in with our mechanic because we heard people chanting over by the courthouse. And then my brother came with the mechanic. He dropped him off. And we're like, okay, let's go. We just left.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
any redirect? You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Let's see, we stopped at 12:30. Or we didn't start till 1 o'clock, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we were haggling.
You're just a grumpy old man, Spike. What? Go lay down.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Oh.
Could you please bring that microphone as close as you can and speak as loud as possible into it? It's sometimes hard to hear.
Sure.
Could you state your name for the record and spell it, please?
Animal Country. It's ANMOL. Last name KHINDRI.
How are you currently employed?
I work for Car Source.
What is Car Source?
It's a dealership owned by my dad.
What is your father's name?
Anil Country.
How long have you worked for your father's business?
Ever since we started.
When was that?
Back in 2013.
Where is
How
Car
long
Source?
have you worked there? Ever since we started?
We have 2 locations. The main location is 5821 Sheridan Road, Kenosha, Wisconsin. And the second one is on 6226 Sheridan Road, Kenosha.
So cute.
Are there any other locations that are named Car Source?
No, sir.
Do you have your own business as well?
I just started a month ago.
Is that in any way related to Car Source?
No.
Are you familiar with a location called Car Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you know about that?
That's actually our inspection center because we have a lot of regulations that we have to follow for DOT. So every car that comes in has to be inspected, certified by mechanics. Doesn't matter if they're certified, but yeah, we just use it as well as we have a body shop and a detailing center there.
All of that occurs at Car Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Where is Car Doctor?
It's right across the street from 5821.
Sir, there's a map on the wall behind you there, and that is showing the area of Sheridan Road. On the north, at the top of the map, is 58th Street, and at the bottom of the map, on the south end, is 63rd Street. Right in front of you, by the microphone, is a little laser pointer. Would you mind using that laser pointer and pointing out on this map where those 2 Car Source locations are that you described?
I can't see that far.
If you need to get up and walk over there, feel free.
Please, thank you. Yes, I do see it now. Yes.
Could you please point them out for us?
This is our first location.
And I think you said first location?
Yes.
Okay. And where's the other one?
The other one is 63rd and Sheridan.
And then could you please point out the location that you have identified as Car Doctor?
Yes. It is right here.
And for the record, that is labeled on the map Car Source. It is located at the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Is that accurate?
5912 Sheridan. Yeah, that is correct.
At any point around August of 2020, were you employed by or an owner of any of those locations?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. We're going to be talking about the night of August 25th, 2020.
Sure.
That was a Tuesday night, 2 days after Jacob Blake was shot.
Okay.
Do you remember that time period?
Yes.
You've identified the 2 Car Source locations.
Yes.
On August 25th, 2020,
Did
you work for those locations?
Yes.
What was your job there?
Move inventory.
What does that mean? You just say move?
Move, yes. We moved all our inventory to our storage units.
Where, you don't need to give me an address, but where were your storage?
Illinois.
Illinois?
Illinois, yes.
Let me back up a second just so
Sure.
I can make sure we're on the same page here. We've heard a lot of testimony and we've seen videos of the, I think you called the first location
Yes.
at in the 5800 block of Sheridan Road.
Sure.
The cars were damaged. There was fire that burned almost all of them up.
Yes,
Correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what night that happened?
That happened. They say it's Sunday night, but it was very early Monday morning.
You just described moving your inventory to a storage location. Why did you do that?
Because my dad asked me to, and we did have quite a few inventory. The main lot that got burned down, the 63rd location, was as well as jam-packed with full of cars.
Is it fair to say, sir, that after you had a large number of your cars destroyed at the first location,
Testify
you decided to make sure that you got all of the other cars off the other location?
That's correct.
They
That's why
don't
you were
give you
moving
the
them?
answer that you want. You
So do you
can't
go by
leave
the name
them.
Sam?
Yes, I do.
Now, I just asked you what your job was at those two car sources, and I think you told me it was to move inventory.
Inventory management, in terms of buying vehicles from the auctions, getting them ready, get them transported, all that, yes.
Were you employed by that other location that you call Car Doctor also?
I am not employed by a car doctor, but I manage. Basically, we get our inventory ready via car doctor.
Why is that location owned and named something different than Car Source?
Because we don't sell cars there.
Okay.
Neither we have license to sell cars there.
When you say you managed the Car Doctor location, you seem to suggest that that didn't mean you were employed there.
No, I'm not employed. Basically, like I said, I manage inventory for Car Source.
Who, back on August 25th, 2020, who owned Car Doctor?
My mom.
And even though you weren't an employee of that location, you managed it?
Well, a lot of the inventory sitting there is from Car Source.
Okay. On the day of August 25th, 2020, which was a Tuesday, were you there at either one of the Car Source locations or at Car Doctor at any point?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Absolutely. I am going to focus in on Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. That was the night that Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed two people. It is 2 days after Jacob Blake was shot. And I'm asking you on that particular day if you were at either of the Car Source locations or Car Doctor.
I was at the Car Doctor location.
What were you doing there?
We had few customers' cars that came back for service. We had two vehicles that needed major repairs. So we were pushing those cars inside the building.
Why were you doing that?
To save them from destruction.
Up until that point, had any of the property at the Car Doctor location been damaged?
No, sir. Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Absolutely. I think you're describing that on Tuesday, August 25th, you and someone else were pushing some cars inside the building.
Yes.
What I'm wondering is, before that, had any of that property at that location, the building or the cars or anything else, been damaged?
On Tuesday or before Tuesday?
Before Tuesday?
Before Tuesday. Sorry, I have to think about it. It's about a year back. So you were asking Monday?
Well, I think you've
Monday, Thursday,
testified
or
that
Tuesday.
Car Source 1, the first
Yes.
location, had been destroyed by fire.
Right.
What I'm wondering is, were any of the other locations, the Car Doctor or the other Car Source, burned or damaged in any way?
I'm sorry, I cannot remember. I don't believe so.
Other than pushing some of the customers' cars inside the building at Car Doctor, what else did you do at those locations on Tuesday?
We basically removed our mechanic tools because we didn't know what was going to happen, and cleaned up because there was from Monday night, you can say. Some cars did get damaged, a lot of glass everywhere, and our mechanics and detailers were basically clearing up the lot. Just clean up, basically, pretty much.
Other than what you've just described, did you do anything else at either of the Car Source locations or at Car Doctor on that Tuesday?
On Tuesday, no, sir. I was majority of the time I spent was on at Car Doctor.
Did you ever have any discussions that day with anyone about protecting or guarding either of the Car Source locations or Car Doctor?
No, sir.
Do you know, or have you ever heard of a person by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Now I have.
On that day, did you have any contact of any kind? Phone call, a face-to-face discussion, email, a text message, anything like that with the person that you now know is Kyle Rittenhouse?
No, sir.
Sir, I have a message that is up on the TV screen there. I would like you to please read it to yourself. Have you had a chance to read that message?
Yes, sir.
Before today, had you ever seen that message before?
Before today? Yes, sir.
When was the first time that you saw that message?
I cannot tell you exact time, but it was the day after the shooting.
The shooting occurred on a Tuesday.
Yes.
August 25th.
Yes.
Are you saying that you saw this message on Wednesday?
I am not sure. I cannot remember which day it was, but it was pretty close.
Where did you first see this message? In other words, did you see it on a device that you possess, or was it something on the internet, or
my cell phone?
Was this?
Sorry,
I didn't hear your answer.
Sorry, what was the question again?
I think you said my cell phone.
This message, yes, on my cell phone. Sorry.
Mr. Kindry, the message that's up on that screen, was that a message that you personally received on your cell phone at some point?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you're not sure exactly when it was that you first saw it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
There is a timestamp on this message, and it says yesterday, 3:02 p.m. Do you have any idea
But testifying.
Does that help you at all to figure out when this was?
The day after, I'm assuming.
Well, I get that, but I'm wondering if that helps you to understand which day of the week it was.
Wednesday?
Which would mean that this message came in on Tuesday.
Yes.
The message appears to be from someone who identifies themselves as Kyle. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Someone sent this to your personal cell phone, fair?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how that person got your cell phone number?
Well, ever since Monday morning and Tuesday, I've given out my cell phone number, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, media, general public, my customers. They actually came by for condolences and stuff.
Do you remember giving your personal cell phone out? And I'll just point out,
Hundreds.
the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, is here in court. Put up the photo, please.
I think he's
There is
exactly.
going to be a photograph that I'm going to show you on the screen. Let me just ask first, Mr. Kindry, have you ever seen that photo before?
Yes, I have.
Were you there at the time that that photo was taken?
I was not.
Do you recognize anyone in that photograph?
My brother?
Other than your brother, do you recognize anyone else?
My ex-detailer?
What is that person's name?
Nick?
Can you identify him in that photo?
Wearing a hat with a cross?
He is the gentleman with the white hat with the red cross on it?
Yes, sir.
Other than your brother and the detailer, Nick, do you know or recognize anyone else in that photograph?
No,
You
sir.
quit talking to the witness like he's
The individual who is the second from the right, he is a male with a green shirt, a black long gun, and wearing a backwards baseball cap. There is an orange device or some sort of case right in front of him on the ground. Do you understand who I'm referring to?
Yes.
That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, as he looked on the night of Tuesday, August 25th. On that night, or at any point on that day, Tuesday, August 25th, do you remember having any contact with that person?
Sorry, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
While he's armed?
No. I'm asking if you remember at any point on that Tuesday having any contact with that person, either in face-to-face, over the phone, a text message, an email, any contact of any kind.
I do remember he came to me at Car Source at the first location.
When you say the first location, is that the one in the 5800 block that had been
Yes, sir.
damaged by the
Yes, sir.
fires? Tell us what you remember about him coming to you at that location.
It was pretty normal. Just like everybody else, they were talking to us and that you're gonna be fine and this and that. You will come back from this. His response was the same, like the way he said it. He talked about how he can help us with fundraising the business, and I'm sure he asked for my phone number, which I gave it to him, just like I gave it to the media or any other individual who was nice and polite. And I don't remember him giving me his phone number, neither I asked for it.
Did you talk to him about protecting or guarding either one of the Car Source's locations or Car Doctor?
I did not.
On Tuesday, August 25th, did you talk to anyone about guarding or protecting either of the car source locations or the car doctor?
I did not.
You've identified your person that used to work as a detailer, Nick, in that white hat with the red cross.
Yes.
So this is August 25th, 2020. Was he still working with your family companies in
Not
any
at
way?
all, sir.
But he had done so in the past?
That was quite far back.
On that day, August 25th, that Tuesday,
Mhm.
did you talk to Nick Smith, that individual?
I did not.
Did you provide keys to anyone on Tuesday, August 25th, so they could get in or out of any of the car source locations or car doctor?
I did not.
Did you offer money to anyone?
I did not.
Please let me finish.
Sure.
Did you offer money to anyone in exchange for them guarding or protecting either of the car source locations or car doctor?
I did not.
Did you give anyone permission to be inside any of the buildings on either car source location or the car doctor location on Tuesday, August 25th?
I did not.
Did you give anyone permission to guard or protect any of those three properties?
I did not.
On that particular evening, did you know that there were people there with guns who had taken upon themselves to guard any of those car source locations or car doctor? Did you know that night that any of that was going on?
I did not.
I assume there came a time after that where you learned about that. Is that fair to say?
The next day, yes.
How did you learn about that?
News channel.
Was that the first time that you knew about any of that stuff?
Videos. Yeah.
I want to go back for a second to that text message that we showed on the screen earlier. Did you ever respond to this text message at any time?
I did not. I didn't know who it was.
One second, please, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen on the account of the trial. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. You may be seated. Everybody's here, I think. Mr. Sharafsi.
Mr. Kendrick.
No, sir.
Do you have a concern that if you allowed or gave permission to those armed men in that picture to be on your property with your permission, that you could be sued for that based on what happened?
I did not allow anybody, neither I gave anybody permission.
Not my question, sir. Okay.
Sorry.
My question is this: do you have concern that if you allowed armed men to protect your property and someone was shot at your property, that you and your family could face a lawsuit for that?
Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you have concern?
Mhm.
Well, I'll start with this. You, after watching the videos, you understand that Mr. Rosenbaum was shot on your property, correct?
Yes.
My question to you is this: do you have concern that if you allowed armed men to protect your property, and one of those armed men then ended up shooting someone, that you and your family could be sued for that?
No, sir.
You don't have any concern about that?
No, sir.
How much inventory from the 24th, the 23rd and the 24th, in terms of loss of money, how much money did your businesses lose in terms of damage to property?
I cannot give you an exact number at this moment.
Can you give me a ballpark?
Sorry, I cannot remember at this moment.
More than 100,000?
Yes,
More than 250,000?
I do not know, sir.
So is this like your family? Is this the business that feeds your family?
I work for my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And you don't have, and you're the inventory manager?
Yes.
And you don't know what your loss was from those fires?
I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
Did your, if you know, did Car Source and Car Doctor, did they have insurance for those vehicles that were burned?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the 20, do you know Dominic Black by chance?
I do not.
You know Nick Smith?
Yes.
Do you know a man by the name of Justin Hamilton?
Ex-mechanic, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Smith and Mr. Hamilton both worked for you, is that right?
In the past, yes.
And just letting you know, Mr. Black, Dominic Black, has testified in this case already. Okay. If Dominic Black said that you gave him permission, along with the other people, in to be those armed men to be present on your property on the evening of the 25th, would that be not true?
I did not give anybody permission.
So Mr. Black would be lying about that. Objection.
Typically, the witnesses are not permitted to testify as to the truthfulness of statements made by others. However, the witnesses, you can rephrase it in such a way that the witness can be made aware of the testimony of the other witness and then asked for the truth of it.
Can he just
But
ask
not
a question?
truth
Did
of the other person's
give
testimony.
permission?
The truth.
Just ask
of
if he
the
gave
matter.
him permission.
Well, he was, but I'm going to let him.
Go there.
On the morning of the 25th, oh, strike that. On the 24th, do you know, did Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton come to your properties and help try to put out those fires?
You don't know
Which day
crap.
is that?
The 24th,
Which day of the week?
Monday? Monday the 24th.
Now, could you repeat that question, please?
On Monday the 24th, did Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton come to your properties, the Car Source properties, to help put out those fires?
On which property?
Any of the properties?
Oh my God. Is he being this way on purpose or what?
Do you know the time? Like, sorry, I can't understand the question.
You don't, I just want to make sure, you don't understand the question of whether or not somebody came to help put out fires at your property?
On Monday, you said?
Yes.
You said, what was the name of the people?
Nick Smith.
Oh
he
my
worked for you
God.
at one point, yes?
Years back, yes.
Justin Hamilton. He worked for you at one point, yes?
Years back, yes.
Did they come to your properties or property and help fight or put out the fires from the 24th?
At the location of Car Doctor.
So yes, they did.
Yes. I will have to look at the video or photograph. I cannot remember that far back. I'm sorry.
Were you there attempting to put out any of the fires on your property?
No, sir.
Did you call anyone to assist to try to help, or did you just let the property burn?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Did you do anything? Did you call anyone? Did you ask for help? Did you physically do anything to try to stop
I
the
called 911 several times, yes.
fire? Did anybody show up?
I do not know.
Okay. Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton.
Call 911 and not know if
If you
anybody
know,
showed
they
up.
showed up at least one of your properties to help put out the fires, correct?
I will have to look at the photo or a video.
Okay. Do you recall asking them to help put out the fires at your property?
I did not ask anybody.
No?
I did not ask.
And on the 25th, the morning of the 25th, did you call Nick Smith again and ask him for help that day?
I did
Which would
not.
be Tuesday?
I did not.
Okay. So if I could just have you turn around. So this is, we have referred to this as car source number 1. If you know this is what I refer to as Ruther High School. That's a school right there, right? I'm sorry, you have to talk in the microphone.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the 25th, this building right here, this school, had suffered graffiti damage. Do you know that?
I do not.
You weren't at the property across the street from it earlier that morning?
I did not stay there.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, were you there and did you see graffiti on the school?
I saw graffiti on the roadblocks. I did not see it on the school.
Okay. Did you see that morning Kyle Rittenhouse cleaning graffiti off of that school?
I did not.
You had a conversation with Kyle Rittenhouse that morning of the 25th, correct?
I remember that I had basically when I got there with my parents, people reach out to us pretty much.
And when you say we got there, you're talking about
At Car Source.
the 5912?
Yes, 5821.
Sorry, 5821. And you had a conversation, according to your statement, with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Which, yes.
Okay, you gave a written statement on September 11th to a detective Cypress.
Yes.
Remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
And Kyle Rittenhouse, he had offered to help, according to your statement, and fundraise for your business. Is that right?
He wanted to help with fundraising the business.
Right. You told that to Detective Cypress.
Yes.
And you gave him your phone number because he asked for it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was there any damage to the car doctor or to Car Source on 63rd? Was there damage to those properties on the 24th?
Which was Monday?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
it's just over a year.
Established the 24th was Monday.
Okay, Monday. Okay, please go on with the question. So could you repeat that?
Was there any property damage to the car doctor or the car source, what we call car source 3, on the 24th?
On the car source on 63rd, no damage.
Car doctor.
No damage.
So, all right. So 2 of the 3 properties at that point had not suffered any damage from the riots.
There were a few windshields crack on the inventory itself at car doctor.
The buildings were okay?
Yes.
Okay. How about on the, did you go down and check your property on the 26th, which would have been the morning after the shootings?
Morning. Which location?
Both of the properties that had not been previously damaged.
Yes.
Was there any damage to either one of those properties on the 26th?
At car doctor.
And what was that damage?
Towards the back, where the body shop is.
What kind of damage?
So when we arrived on a car doctor, went inside, our mechanics were there. He actually pointed out, hey, you want to come see this?
Now, when you say he, we're talking about your mechanic.
Our mechanic.
You have to tell me what he said. Can you just tell me what he showed you?
Yes, that's what I'm about to. So
Get it out,
he took
dude.
us towards the back, towards the building where there's a body shop. So it's a 4-car garage. And what we observed was there's the body cars, a lot of bumpers, a lot of taillights, headlights. All those cars on the back are for body repair. So there is pickup trucks. They're usually rust out, and there are a few of them, but there was one by the garage.
So the damage was to the, if I have you, I have what you're saying right, to the inventory.
Well, no, I didn't finish it. So basically, there was a lot of glass on the back door. Yeah, I can't. And the garage doors, the rectangular tiles that are see-through, they were stretched. They were fallen inside the shop. So it seemed like it was a break-in.
Okay. Do you have? I'll ask it to you this way: on the morning of the 25th,
Can you answer a
you
straight
went to
question?
the properties to make sure that they were okay from the night before, the 24th, right? I'm talking about Car Doctor and Car Source 3. You checked the properties, make sure they were okay.
Monday or Tuesday?
Monday
Oh my
night.
God.
Yeah, Monday. I take that back. Monday
Where's my
morning.
phone?
Tuesday morning. You checked the properties and they were okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, at Car Doctor, you have a ladder, is that right?
Not that I can recall.
Do you have a ladder at any of your properties?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe so.
How'd they get on the
Have
roof?
you seen videos of, on the night of the 25th, of people at your property?
I have.
Okay. They're on the roof, right? Yes?
Yes.
Do you have a way to get to the roof?
They made a way.
Oh, were you there?
No.
So I want you to tell me what you know, not what you're guessing.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I was about to, when I brought up the pickup truck. On top of the pickup truck has a cab. Okay. We had about over, you can say, at that time, probably 250, 280, less than 300 tires in the back shed. and we keep them in the shop or whatever. So they are stacked on top of the pickup truck, on the cab, towards the roof.
So it is your belief that these men climbed up on the tires and then climbed up on the roof? That's your belief?
I just told you what I saw the next day on Wednesday morning.
And you never provided, is it your testimony today, you never provided a ladder to anybody to get on the roof of CarSource?
I did not.
Do you know if your brother was there that night prior to curfew, right? On the 25th?
25th.
If this helps, I can tell you there's a picture of him with these
Yeah.
men.
It's better with the days, Monday and Tuesday. Sorry, I just have a hard time with the dates.
Do you know if your brother gave them a ladder?
No,
You don't know?
No, you don't.
he did not.
Were you there?
At Car Doctor?
At CarSource at
Where?
7:30, 8 o'clock at night on Tuesday.
On the 63rd Street?
Yeah, I'll ask you this, when did you leave the properties for good?
Um,
On the 25th?
before
on
curfew.
Tuesday. Okay, when?
It was in between 7:30, 7:45.
Did you see those people that were armed at any one of those properties on the 25th?
No, sir.
Did you see that? You didn't see them like standing with your brother in that photograph?
I did see that.
So you saw armed.
I did or did not?
But in the photograph, I do see people.
So you saw those people on your property on the evening of the 25th, Tuesday,
Yes.
with your brother.
No.
You just saw them there without your brother.
When I got there, I was ready to take off.
God, put us
I had
out of
to
our
just lock
misery.
up the
Can we be
building
done with this witness?
and heading home before their chaos, all the protest starts.
And those people were at your property.
Those people,
The people with guns, they were at your property, right?
I saw a lot of people on Sheridan Road armed.
I'm asking you specifically if you saw people with guns on your property before you left to go home on Tuesday.
I'm sorry, I cannot remember. I know that I
Oh,
was asking
crap.
my brother to.
Can't remember. Oh, crap.
So you were down there to pick up your brother, right?
No,
You were down there to
I got a ride from my mechanic. He dropped me off, and I came in, locked up the store, and we left.
agree that the next day, meaning the Wednesday, there's no damage to any of the doors on your building in terms of no locks busted, none of that stuff, correct?
On which location?
Any of them?
Car Doctor, there is damage
To the locks?
to the back, to the glass, to the garage doors.
But you don't know who did that.
I do not know.
Okay. And have you watched the video of people, armed men walking in and out of the CarSource that evening?
Yes, I have.
25th?
I have.
You've seen that?
Yes.
Okay. Did Nick Smith have a key to your building?
No,
Did you give him a key that night?
I did not.
How about Justin Hamilton? Justin Hamilton.
No, I did not.
No?
No.
But you saw on the video them walking in and out of your store.
I cannot even tell who is who or who these people are.
That wasn't my
Nor
question.
did
My
he
question
want
is you saw people walking in and out of your
Yes, I did.
store.
Yes, I was
Did
right.
you ever ask
You make a mistake, you say I made a mistake.
Kyle Rittenhouse if he could
Accept the consequences.
protect your business on on Tuesday, the 25th?
I did not.
You never asked, and you never asked Nick Smith, and you never asked Justin Hamilton.
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask it to you this way, and I'm not trying to be offensive the way I say this is. Were you just willing to let your property be damaged on the 25th?
After seeing the destruction, there's nothing I could do.
So you kind of resigned yourself to the fact that whatever was going to happen on that day was going to happen. Is that what you're saying?
I do not know.
Sir, have you provided interviews as it relates to the damage to your property?
I may have.
I'm looking at one of those interviews right now. And what I want to ask you is if this sounds about right to you. And I'm taking it off of your interview. 137 vehicles were burned on your lots. Does that sound about right?
If that's what it says.
That's not the question.
I do not know the numbers off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I don't have the.
Would you challenge that it was 137, or does that sound about pretty close?
Close.
$2.5 million in losses. Sound about right?
I don't know. My dad handles the money part of the business.
Your family had to hire a lawyer because your insurance wasn't going to cover those damages.
That is not true.
That's not true? So if you said that you're working with a lawyer to convince your insurance company to cover at least some of the damages, that's not true.
I did not have to hire an attorney.
Did you tell the writer, our insurance company is finding their way out so they don't have to pay for all this arson? Did you tell them that?
Well, there was no acceptance from the insurance company, so there's.
My question to you was, did you tell this interviewer that our insurance company is finding their way out so they don't have to pay for all this arson? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I do not remember.
You don't remember saying that?
I do not remember. And to add to that, they also said that I was dead. That was in the media too. So I do not.
Well, I'm
remember.
asking what you said. Okay?
I do not remember, sir.
You do not remember having that conversation?
I do not.
You don't dispute the 2.5 million?
I cannot tell you. I don't deal with the numbers. My dad does. I'm an inventory manager, sir.
The only person quoted in this article, your dad's not quoted to you. Has your dad given interviews, do you know?
He does not speak much English.
Okay, so the numbers came from somewhere, and your dad doesn't speak English, and your brother doesn't work there. So it's you, right?
But I do not remember that. I'm sorry, it's been over a year.
Okay. So when you testified under oath that you had insurance for all of this, that's not true, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You've already testified under oath that you had insurance for all of this. That's not true, is it?
We do have insurance. My dad does have insurance on all the locations.
But not for those vehicles due to arson, correct?
I'm not understanding the question. I'm so sorry. Could
You
repeat that
are
for me?
too, you liar.
I asked you, one of the first questions I asked
Sure.
was about your loss. You had said you have insurance. My statement to you is you don't have insurance for all the damage done to those vehicles from arson. Isn't that true?
We do have insurance
For arson.
Answer the question which was asked.
for ours. I do not know.
I think that the jury knows he's lying. Because we know he's lying. So I think it's safe to say that if he can't impeach him because he won't admit
Give
it.
4 men a ride in his BMW from the 59th Street address down to the 6226 address. Did you see him giving?
I did not.
No. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Redirect. You may step down, sir.
Thank God. Done with the lying liar that lies. That's a good question. I have no idea. I don't know what the point of that witness was, other than the fact that Kyle texted him about protecting his business. I don't know. And he's denying that he knows who Kyle is,
You're about to give in this matter will be the truth.
or that he got a text from him, or I agree. I think his dad, with an interpreter, should have been on the stand instead of him.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter?
Officer Eric Widener, ERICHWEIDNER.
And Mr. Widener, how are you employed?
As a City of Kenosha police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
Going on 22 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Third shift patrol.
I don't know.
And
Stupid
were
process.
you working on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
Yes.
What were your general duties that evening?
I was assigned patrol.
So the city of Kenosha was patrolling on that night?
Yes.
And where were you stationed, or what were your activities, let's say at the beginning of your shift that night?
Just normal patrol, taking calls if a call came out for service, staying in the area of the downtown area, uptown area, and just taking normal calls when someone called 911.
What do you mean by staying in the downtown area or uptown area?
In the outskirts of the heavy congested area that was having the unrest.
So that was part of your duties, was to stay around there, but then if another call came in, domestic violence or burglary, you'd go to that call?
Yes.
At any point were you directed to go to the area of 63rd Street and Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Why were you directed to go there?
I am an evidence technician also, and I was called to go and process a shooting scene.
So what is an evidence technician?
We have special training above and beyond what a normal patrol officer has, and we respond to calls of service for like burglaries, anything that needs fingerprinting, shootings, shots fired, suspicious deaths, stuff like that. Kind of like what everyone knows as a CSI, but we do it kind of as on patrol.
Now, what you said you were there to process the scene, what does that mean?
I was told there was a shooting scene, and they wanted me to process it, photograph it, document it, and collect evidence.
At that point, how many details about the shooting were you given?
None. Just that there's a shooting and a subject was down.
Can I ask you to bring the microphone closer to you?
Just
Just
trying to lean forward.
you can move the microphone. Actually, that might be easier.
All right. Much better.
So, what is the first thing you did when you got to this? The scene is a car source location. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a car place at 63rd and Sheridan.
What is the first thing you did when you arrived on this scene?
I spoke to multiple supervisors on the scene, asked them what the circumstances were. The person who was shot was not on scene anymore, so I asked questions about that. And then I was walked towards where they thought the scene was.
And then what is the next thing that happened?
Eventually, I started locating some evidence and I started photographing the scene.
Where did you first locate evidence?
The first evidence I located was spent shell casings or fired shell casings in the street, about the 900 block of 63rd, which is west of Sheridan Road.
Now, there should be a laser pointer up there. If not, I can give you one. I think there's one in front of you. Could you just indicate on the map where you found those casings that you just referred to? So you're pointing to the 900 block of 63rd Street, sort of towards the end of that block in front of the car source.
Yes.
And could you tell what kind of shell casings those were?
Those were 40 caliber.
Are those the type that be normally fired by a handgun?
Typically, yes.
And those were actually in the street.
Correct.
What's the next thing you discovered, or what did you do next?
I placarded them with little number placards for the photographs 1 and 2. And then as I walked east towards the car lot, I found another shell casing that matched the other two on the parkway, which is between the sidewalk and the street. Typical houses would have grass, but it was a business, so it was concrete there.
So that was another 40 caliber shell casing.
Correct.
That was still not on the lot of the car source.
No. Parkway.
What is the next thing that happened?
I walked into the parking lot and I observed what appeared to be blood on the concrete of the parking lot. Closest to would be the southeast corner of the building.
Can I get that? What exhibit number are we on? 47. These are just scene photos. Can I get the first photo should be exhibit 47. Not sure to turn these on. Is it this one? Oh, we're good. Officer, if I could direct your attention to the screen to exhibit 47, what are we looking at here?
So the building I'm talking about is to the left on this picture, and there's a group of 6 cars. That's where most of my evidence I found reference the shooting happened. And that's where the blood was found also, possible blood.
So is it fair to say that if you were standing where the person that took this picture, which was, I presume, you, did you take this picture?
Yes.
Are you facing Sheridan?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So is it fair to say that as you were taking this photo, you're looking directly at Sheridan Road and then what is now Freighter behind Sheridan Road?
Correct. I'm facing east.
Okay. That's a more succinct way of putting it.
Towards the lake.
And so in the middle of this area of cars is where you found most of the evidence in this scene?
Correct.
Can I have the next exhibit, 48, please? Officer, what is this?
Again, an eastbound picture, just a little bit more close up to the cars.
And exhibit 49? Is this the building?
This is the building I was talking about. It's the very south end of the building where the group of 6 cars were parked.
And the next, I believe, would now be Exhibit 50. What is this, sir?
It's a picture of 2 cars. The silver car, I believe there's a number of placards next to it. Those should be, one of them should be where the possible blood is. The other one should be shell casings I found, fired shell casings.
So that moisture on the concrete there, is that related to the crime scene or is that something else?
I couldn't determine what that was.
Now, you talked about placards. There's a pointer there next to, on top of the, no, I'm sorry, an actual wooden pointer.
Mhm.
Could you just go and point out what you mean by placards?
I believe those placards were 4 and 5. Both of those placards were fired shell casings.
And what kind of shell casings were they?
223 Remington Aguilas. Aguila, Aguila, I believe.
You move to Exhibit 51, please. At this point, I'd move Exhibit 47, 48, 49, and 50 into evidence, and I would ask for 51 on the screen. Is this one of the placards you were discussing?
Correct.
And that's one of the 223 rounds?
Correct.
How many rounds of 223 ammunition did you find?
That night I found 2, which is labeled right here in this picture.
Those are the 2 that you found?
Correct.
Are you aware if any others were found of 223 ammunition?
I was told multiple days later that some other ammunition was found.
And do you know where it was found?
I was told under a car. That's all I heard.
Did you look under every car for casings?
Yes, I looked under cars.
With a flashlight or something?
Yeah, with oblique angle with the flashlight. If you put it on a side angle, the shell casings usually pop out at you because they're on a different plane. I didn't see anything under the cars.
And you're doing this around midnight, after midnight on that evening?
Correct.
Yeah, is that some of the blood next to it?
No, the blood's off to the left from the picture.
If I could have the next exhibit, number 52. That's just a close-up of the same placard.
It's a medium shot of the same placard, and eventually I'll do a close-up of it before I pick it up.
Next exhibit 53, please. What are we looking at here?
Right, number 5 is at the bottom of the screen. That's one of the fired shell casings that I was just talking about. And then number 6, which is up on towards the top of the screen, towards the other vehicle that's parked, that was the possible blood that I had found.
Would that be all that darker colored area there?
It's hard to see from that picture, but it's definitely where the placard is. I'm not sure about the black color on the right. I don't know what that is.
And is it fair to say that when we're looking at this picture, we're sort of looking in the midst of those group of 6 cars, kind of in the middle of them?
Yeah, I guess. Yes.
Okay. So what is the next thing that you did?
I most likely took a medium and close-up of the possible blood on the ground. And then I noticed there's a black hooded, like a full face mask that was to the right or to the north of this picture right here.
So this is just placard 5. That's one of the casings.
Correct. So this one, you can see placard 7, which is that mask that I've located there. Appeared to be fresh, like someone just dropped it there. It had no weathering on it, nothing like it's been there for months or anything like that. Not sure if it had anything to do with the case that we're on, so I just labeled it.
So as we're looking at this, are you facing south?
Yes, I'm facing south. I'm standing at the corner of the building, the southeast corner of the building.
And you're looking right at where the shooting happened.
I'm looking at where my located evidence was found. Yes.
So we're kind of looking in the middle of that group of 6 cars.
Correct.
And did you change any of the lighting or do anything with the lighting from earlier in the evening? The lighting that was on that parking lot?
No.
About how long after the shooting were you processing the scene?
I cannot answer. I don't remember. We would have timestamps of that of our dispatch, but I don't remember, to be honest with you.
But it wasn't like 4 a.m. at this point.
No.
So it would have been relatively close to when the incident occurred.
If I had to guesstimate, I'd say an hour.
Okay. I believe this is exhibit 54.
Is there objection?
No.
Okay. That's it then, right? Yes. So 51, 52, 53, 54, I'd like to move into evidence. What is then the next thing that you discovered as you processed the scene?
I believe I took a crime scene video of it, and then I collected all the evidence, and then I proceeded back to the police department for the evidence.
Did you find another casing on Sheridan Road?
I believe it was on 63rd Street, west of all the other casings. So the 40 caliber casings I initially talked about on 63rd Street, those were more towards a house that was labeled 915. I found another one 2 houses away, which is 925 63rd Street, and that turned out to be a 9mm casing, fired casing.
Now, in terms of your activity that evening, is that the extent of your activity at this crime scene?
Before I left, there was a possible shots fired going on in a park west of us, 1 block west of us, and I went over there to attempt to locate evidence also.
Best of your knowledge, that had no relation to this crime scene.
I believe it had nothing to do with this crime scene. There's other shootings going on.
Is everything moved in? Yes. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Officer, can you tell me when you arrived on the scene, did you locate a hospital bag with any items in it?
What kind of bag are we talking about here?
I'm sorry?
What kind of bag? Like
It's
a
only been
grocery bag
described-
or?
It's only been described as like a clear hospital type bag.
I did not locate that bag, no.
How about a fire extinguisher?
Not that I can recall.
So in a case like this where it's a homicide, and you're there relatively quickly after the call comes in, I'm assuming, right? Is that
I'm
fair?
not sure how long it took me. I was not one of the first responders. It took me a while to get there from the first responding people.
And I think you had said you do kind of like CSI type of work. That's how you described it.
For layman's terms, yes.
Is the area like taped off that night? Do you remember?
It was.
And so you're looking, and I believe you, I'm not questioning. You're looking under cars for spent casings, and you understand that at a time later, a couple days later, there were more casings that had been located. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have anything to do with the collection of those? Any involvement in the casings that were found after?
No, I did not.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
If you remember, what parameters or what were the perimeter of the crime scene that you were examining?
With the crime scene tape, you mean?
Yeah.
When I arrived on scene, the crime scene tape was put up by other officers who responded prior to me. It was on the very south side of 63rd Street, extended from the alley, which is west of the building in question, all the way to Sheridan Road. It crossed Sheridan Road onto the Kenosha Hospital property, went down the sidewalk northbound towards the other shooting, I guess.
So it was a very large scene.
Yeah, it was taped off. Typically, we'll do that. We'll have the crime scene of the main area of the crime scene, and because of large crowds or unruly crowds, we'll expand it farther than normal.
And is it fair to say that there had been if you know that there had been a crowd around this crime scene earlier in the evening?
Once the tape was up?
No, before the tape was up.
Yes, there's large crowds.
And unless you're told specifically it relates to the crime, is a empty fire extinguisher or a hospital bag something you would typically collect?
Unless I determine as part of the crime for the investigation, then I would collect it. I had no knowledge of a hospital bag or fire extinguisher being used in this incident.
Nothing further.
If it was there, would you have put that little card on it, the hospital bag?
I would have to determine if it had something to do with this. If it's just blown there from the wind or something like that, then no. If it had no relation to what was actually happening, unless someone would have told me there's a bag involved in this, then I'd be looking for a bag, obviously. We're right across the street from a hospital. It could have been a wind. I don't know. I don't remember seeing a bag.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing on that.
Give me a step down, sir.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Officer, I know it's tough because you guys have those big belts on, but if you could just try to maneuver that microphone as close to you as possible and try to speak into it because the acoustics are not great. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jeffrey Van Wee, V-A-N, capital W-I-E.
And officer, how are you employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
For 18 years.
Did you become involved in the investigation of a shooting involving a Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
And how did you become involved in that case?
I was handed over evidence by Detectives Howard and Antoranium to process and actually secure into evidence.
And how did you go about obtaining that or starting doing that?
So Detectives Howard and Antoranium met me by the police station. From there, the evidence was brought into our evidence room in the police station, and it was turned over to me.
And was this on August 26th?
Yes.
Do you recall the time?
It was roughly 9 in the morning, maybe a little before 9 in the morning.
And do you know from where these items had come?
No.
So what is the very first thing you did?
First thing I did was I was given 2 rifle boxes. So I actually processed the rifles and took photos of them.
Now, do you have any special training to do this type of thing?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
I'm a certified evidence technician for the last 15 years.
And what does that mean?
That means that as far as crime scenes go, that I would, whenever any different kind of crime scene goes, or I would go respond to that scene and I would process that scene for evidence, searching for whether it's DNA or fingerprint evidence or blood evidence. Also just processing evidence. So like if a detective has an item that he needs processed for DNA, then I would actually take that and swab that correctly.
And how do you swab that correctly?
As far as the rifles went, I actually took 3 swabs from each rifle. The swabs I obtained were from the trigger, from the pistol grip, and then from the barrel has a guard around the barrel. So I swabbed the guard of that barrel because that's the most likely place if somebody's holding that weapon that their hand would be on that guard.
Okay, so this is a
Why
good
would you not, or why didn't you swab the actual barrel?
So when I was given these rifles to process, I was instructed to process them. There was at that time, for my knowledge, there was no reason to swab the barrel.
So you swab the areas where someone is most likely to actually grip or hold the weapon.
Correct.
And that generally would not be the barrel of a gun.
Correct.
So what did you do? What's the first weapon that you encountered?
It was a rifle box that had writing on it, said Kyle Rittenhouse.
So what did you do with that?
With that one, I opened the box up. I wound up taking the serial number down, the information out from the weapon, photographing it, and then swabbing it in those areas I just mentioned for DNA.
Did you take photos of them?
Yes, I did.
And then what is the next thing you did in processing this evidence?
That once I finished with that, it gets secured up, and then so I tape up the box, and it's all.
All right. So you weren't here, obviously, but a couple days ago we had an evidence box and it was opened and it was taken out of there. So you would have at first sealed it up in that box. You were the first one to do that.
That's correct.
All right, and then you would put that into evidence.
Yes.
And then you would come back to the next thing.
Correct.
All right. So what's the next thing that you did?
Next was an additional rifle box, which was labeled Dominic on it.
And what did you do with that?
The same process. So I wound up swabbing the same areas on that weapon for DNA, photographing it, and then securing it, taping up and securing it.
Now I'm going to go back to the box that had Kyle Rittenhouse written on it. Did you ever look into you said there was a rifle. Was there anything else along with the rifle?
There was also a sight or a scope, if you will, inside the box that was not attached to the rifle.
Why did you?
Was there anything attached to the rifle?
A
I
black
had to go
sling.
to my car to go get my mail.
And was there any ammunition or a magazine or anything like that?
Not in that box. There was a separate bag that had a magazine in there with live ammunition.
And did that have 1 or 2 magazines?
Had one.
And was there any markings on that box or bag?
I was informed by the detectives that was from the
waste taxpayer
rifle bag
money.
at house.
So what did you find when you looked at that magazine?
The magazine had live ammunition in it.
Do you know how much live ammunition was in that magazine?
The magazine itself was a 30 capacity for 30 rounds, and there were 22 live bullets in there, unfired bullets.
And were they all the same brand or were they different brands?
They were all the same as far as caliber goes, but there was multiple different brands inside there.
And what was the caliber of these?
There were 223s.
And did you take a DNA swab of that piece of evidence as well?
I did a swab of the actual magazine, so I took a swab off each side of the magazine, a DNA swab.
One swab on both, or two? One
swab on each side of the magazine.
And then did you package up the magazine and the live
So
rounds?
I wound up taking each unfired projectile out, and then in the order they came in, I secured them in boxes. So like the first unfired bullet that I ejected out of the magazine, I would put in a box and label it 1. The second one 2. So I did that for all 22 rounds, and then took photos of each one.
Took photos of each one.
Correct.
Did you do the same thing with the rifle that was labeled Dominic?
There was no ammunition with that, no magazine.
But you did the same process in terms of the DNA swabbing
of the actual rifle, yes.
And then what do you do once you take these swabs?
So the swabs, I wound up securing. The swabs actually go in a little swab box, and I secure them in an envelope, something that can breathe, that's breathable. And then that gets taped up, and I secure those in a locker into evidence.
Was there any other evidence that was not related to these firearms that you packaged or logged that day?
There were a few other items that was handed. Yes, there's some clothing. There was a cell phone, and then a backpack which contains some medical supplies.
Did you do anything with the information that you got off of the firearms?
So we do with every firearm that we log into evidence, we have a form called an e-trace form. And what that is we work with, in conjunction with like the ATF as far as having a database and a record of every gun that we log into evidence. So with those, both of those rifles, I wound up contacting on the telephone an ATF agent who actually did a quick, what they call e-trace form with me in order to log that into the database.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Afternoon.
So on the 26th, you basically assist these two detectives, Howard and Antaramian, in terms of doing this swab. Is that right?
I did. They handed off the evidence to me, but I did the swabs by myself. Yes.
Understood. Well, and your report indicates that at KPD, evidence detective Antaramian advised he needed 2 rifles processed. Did he tell you, he being Detective Antaramian, the areas that he wanted swabbed by you?
He did not.
Who made that decision?
I did.
At that point, do you know anything about the case?
Not a whole lot, no.
Okay. So you mentioned that the trigger is swabbed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know we don't have the pistol or the firearms here. So I'm going to, when you say the barrel guard, is that the area here where my left hand would be if I was holding it like this?
Correct. So the barrel of the gun has a plastic, if you would, guard around it, and that's the part that I swab.
Okay. And then the pistol grip, is that the area?
Right. That's where your hand, your palm would be. So if the trigger is here, the pistol grip is where your hand is holding onto.
Okay. So when the DNA swab is done initially, obviously you're looking for potentially forensic evidence on that gun, right?
Correct.
But you don't know the areas specifically that you're supposed to be looking at. True?
Unless I'm otherwise told, when I process, whether it's a gun or a rifle, it's going to be typically the same areas that I would obtain swabs from. If there was something else for some other reason or rationale that I would have to do things differently, then I would do things differently. But normally to swab a rifle or a handgun, just about all our evidence people would choose the same areas.
Okay, and I'm not
Right.
questioning that. What I'm asking is, at some point, do you learn more information about this case?
I'm sorry, as far as
I'll ask it to you this way: Did any detective come to you and ask you to do additional swabs on that firearm now that more information about what had happened was out there?
no, did not.
If somebody would have asked you to swab based on information they had, and they said to you, Officer Van Week, we would like to know if there's DNA on the actual barrel of that gun, could you have done that?
Absolutely.
And that wasn't done, was it?
No.
The firearm that you, I think you opened it that had it said Kyle Rittenhouse on it?
Correct.
Okay. There was a sight on that gun, is that right?
There was a sight. It was not mounted on it. It was in the box with it.
Okay. If you remember, and I'm going to use the wrong terminology, so I'm going to ask for your help. That sight didn't have a laser that projected out where, for example, if I was holding it, I could put a dot on your chest, correct?
Not to my knowledge, but I never actually messed with the sight at all. So I never turned it on. I never really viewed it at all. So.
Okay. And this testing was done the day after the shooting, right?
The 26th. So if the shooting was the 25th, then yes.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Are you aware if the defense attorneys asked for further testing of your gun?
I was not informed of any other further testing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Officer ready?
Anybody need a very short break? Don't look at me like that. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
And
Sir, I'm going to ask you to get that microphone right in front of you by any way you can. Perfect. What's your name?
Officer Moretti.
And can you please spell your first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Yes, the first name is PEP, and my last name is MORETTI.
And how are you employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Kenosha Police Department?
A little over 12 years.
And were you working on the night of August 25th, 2020?
I was.
And were you with anyone that evening in your squad car?
Yes, my partner that evening was Officer Krieger.
And what were your general duties that evening?
Patrol.
And what is that? What do you mean by patrol?
We were assigned to an area throughout the city. We're in the kind of downtown area. So we have different areas that we patrol. They're assigned numbers. And we're in what we would consider Area 20, which would be 60th, Sheridan, and other areas around there.
Now, was there anything out of the ordinary going on that night in that area?
Yes, there was civil unrest.
So was your duty to patrol the civil unrest or other things or both, or how was that working?
It was a combination of both. So we had patrol areas that we were responsible for doing our normal routine patrols, but then we also had to respond to fires that were taking place, civil unrest, anything that would be actively taking place that would need a response.
At any point that evening, were you made aware of a potential shooting?
Yes, Officer Krieger and I were at 60th Street and 11th Ave, and we heard gunfire. And then a few moments after that, dispatch advised that they were receiving calls that there were shots being fired in the 6300 block of Sheridan Road.
So let me ask this way. You guys were in a squad car?
We were actually, I believe, out on foot at that point at 60th and 11th, and we could hear gunfire in a close proximity to us.
So then what did you do?
We re-entered our patrol vehicle, and then we responded toward the sound of where the gunfire was coming from, which would have been roughly the 6300 block of Sheridan Road.
And who was driving?
I was.
And then Officer Krieger would be in the passenger seat?
That's correct.
So you were at 60th and 11th. Did you just drive right down 60th Street?
Correct. We proceeded east on 60th to Sheridan Road, and then I made a right turn to face south on Sheridan Road.
Now, you had lights and sirens on, or how were you operating, if you remember?
I don't recall if I had our lights active at that time.
So what happened when you get to 60th and Sheridan, you turn right onto Sheridan?
Correct. So I turned the vehicle to face south on Sheridan and observed a large crowd of people. There was a lot of screaming, yelling. There was appeared to be a person laying in the roadway up ahead of us. There was active gunfire throughout the entire city. There was still sounds of gunfire taking place, and we received reports of injured people that needed assistance in approximately a 6300 block of Sheridan Road.
So that would be south of you, and you'd be pointed in that direction.
That's correct.
Now, in this sort of situation where there's this ongoing violence, what are you trained to do? What are you trying to do at that point?
So for a situation like that, the first thing that we would do is if there's an active threat, we're trying to stop the threat. And then after that, it's life-saving measures to try to render aid and preserve life at that point.
So were you going to do that from 60th and Sheridan, or were you trying to get closer?
So we were trying to get closer, but information was put out over the radio that there was rifle gunfire taking place, and we're in a standard patrol vehicle. There's no ballistic protection on our patrol vehicles, and our vests at that point were only rated for handguns. And we weren't equipped to head into what we believed to be an active shooter at that point with the equipment that we had with just the two of us being there. I noticed there were armored vehicles behind us, so I reversed our patrol car and moved it off to the side so that the armored vehicles that were equipped to handle something like that could pass us.
So you were waiting for the armored Bearcats, as they're sometimes called, to go past you, and then you're going to follow them into the scene.
That's correct.
So what, if anything, happened next?
I'm sorry? Sure.
What, if anything, happened next?
The Bearcats, I believe, began to pass us on the left. So we were in the curb lane, and I'm not sure how many there were, but a few Bearcats, I believe, passed us. And then there was at that time, unknown white male approaching us in the roadway toward the front of our patrol vehicle.
And now, as you're sitting here, do you know who that unknown white male was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you had never seen him before?
No.
And when you see this unknown white male, who we now know as Kyle Rittenhouse, what do you observe?
He had a rifle that was slung and somehow attached to his body. He had his hands somewhat similar to this, and he was approaching us in the roadway toward the front of our patrol vehicle. My partner and I, Officer Krieger, gave him multiple commands to get out of the roadway and step to the side so we could proceed and try to get to where we'd observe people ahead in the roadway that needed assistance.
Now, were you giving these commands? Were you shouting out the window? Did you have some sort of system you were giving commands? How are you giving these commands to Mr. Rittenhouse?
I recall Officer Krieger yelling out the passenger window. We had our windows down so that we could hear gunfire that was taking place to try to determine how close it was to us, if anyone were to approach us from behind or the sides. And I believe at one point I used our squad's PA system, which is a loudspeaker that has a microphone.
And what you said, was that directed at Mr. Rittenhouse or the crowd in general?
At Mr. Rittenhouse. We were giving him instructions to get out of the roadway and essentially get out of our way so we could get to where we believe the problem to be.
As Mr. Rittenhouse was approaching the vehicle, were there other people in your way, or was he the primary person blocking you from going down there?
At that point, he was the only one in the way.
So you indicated that Mr. Rittenhouse's hands were kind of up.
That's correct.
And you said he had a rifle.
Yes.
Did you think that that might be the person who could have been involved in the shooting?
At that point, no. In my prior experience in law enforcement, when somebody surrenders to us, they will generally put their hands up, but then they will take a further step and generally drop to their knees, or they will lay in a prone position and make some type of further action. They'll usually follow commands when they're attempting to surrender. I've never in my career had somebody put their hands up and continue to advance and disobey orders from us to not advance on us.
And were there other people out that night that had rifles and firearms?
We were surrounded all night, all week by, there was probably more people armed with weapons than not throughout that entire course of the civil unrest.
So seeing someone with an AR-15 wouldn't necessarily mean much to you at that point?
At that point in time that night, no. I had encountered throughout that entire shift. Like I said, I probably spoke to more people that had pistols and rifles and baseball bats and you name it than not. And there were also, I couldn't even tell you how many people came up to me throughout the night that had a rifle and would come up to say, hey, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want to talk to you. And the advice that my partner and I gave everybody that night was, if you're a supporter of us or you're here to try to help, go home. There's a curfew in place for a reason, and being out here is only causing more problems. It's harder to tell who's there to be a problem and who's not.
Now, you mentioned curfew. Did you have the ability to write curfew tickets?
We had a system in place for taking people into custody, and then they'd be issued citations, yes.
And were you doing that to everyone that was breaking curfew, or were there guidelines that you were given?
No, that would have been physically impossible with the amount of people that were out there.
So who, if anyone, were you to give curfew tickets to?
I don't remember exactly what the direction was, but it was something along the lines of just the most severe incidents. Or if we were to obviously observe a felony taking place, then we would act on that. But anything that would be more minor, we didn't have the capability or the manpower to address everything that happened in front of us.
So you couldn't give curfew tickets to everyone. What about if you observed, let's say, property damage that did not threaten someone's safety?
That would just have to stay in the stack until we were able to get to it.
So that you had a priority list that evening of things you would respond to?
Correct.
Now, a shooter, where would that be in the priority list?
That would be the top of the list.
So this man we now know as Kyle Rittenhouse is approaching you. There's commands over the PA. There's commands being shouted. What's the next thing that happens?
He approached the passenger side of our patrol vehicle. With him disobeying the commands and being armed with a rifle like that, I drew my service weapon, and Officer Krieger deployed pepper spray because it became clear and obvious that he was not going to go away, that he continued to just advance on us and disobey commands.
Now, you say you were still driving the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So when you draw your service weapon, what does that mean? What did you do with it?
So anytime we're confronted with somebody that's armed and that could be a threat to us, it's not uncommon for police officers in this country to be ambushed. And given everything that was taking place, a war zone is the only way I could describe it. We were surrounded, the city was burning and on fire, and we were just outnumbered and completely surrounded. So with his advance with that weapon, we were in a stop position at that point, and we're waiting for him to get out of the front of our vehicle so we could advance. And as he approached the passenger side, I was able to use my right hand to withdraw my weapon and then keep my left hand on the steering wheel.
So did you point the weapon, or you just kind of pointed at him, or did you just have it ready? What were you doing with it?
I would imagine that I would have had it pointed at him, because that somebody advancing on us with a rifle, not obeying commands at that point, would be taken as a threat.
Now, were you on patrol the night before?
I believe I was.
You don't remember for sure?
I worked continuously through all of our civil unrest, and I don't believe any of us had any days off. So I would say that's fair to assume.
If you remember, and you may not, is it fair to say there were more fires and property damage the night before than on this Tuesday night?
That's correct. Through that period of things, I was there from the start of the civil unrest with the protesting, and long before we had anything set up or in place. I was there for the start of it and through this incident.
Is it fair to say that there was a more presence of Bearcats and National Guard and things on this Tuesday night than the Monday night previous?
Yes.
Now, you said you drew your weapon and Officer Krieger deployed pepper spray. Were you able to see if the pepper spray had any impact or hit Mr. Rittenhouse?
Not sure if it made contact with him, but his deployment of the pepper spray.
Now we're watching a ball game. What just happened?
To decipher different calibers, but sometimes you can.
Were you able to decipher?
No, the trial's not in recess. You screwed up.
I believe so, yes.
Well, crud. I'm just leaving it there.
I believe so, yes.
And are you able to, through your training and experience,
No, you can't blame me.
decipher the type of firearm that
What
has
now?
been fired, like a
No,
pistol,
what
a shotgun, a rifle? Can you do that?
On occasion, sometimes it's harder to decipher different calibers, but sometimes you can.
Were you able to decipher what you thought you heard on the 25th at about that time, at about 10 minutes to midnight?
At the time, I'm not sure what thought process I had at that point. There was just gunfire erupting, and there was multiple types of gunfire going off simultaneously. So I would say it'd be fair to say that yes, some of it sounded like rifle fire and some of it like pistol fire.
What's the number? Officer, ready. I'm going to show you Exhibit 5. If you can tell me, is this vehicle right here the vehicle that you're in?
From this picture, yes, it appears to be.
Okay. And you're in the driver's seat of that vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see at that point, you know that's Mr. Rittenhouse now, right?
Correct. Now, yes.
Do you see him coming toward you at that point?
From our vehicle?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know you had said you were outside your vehicle. Is it fair to say at that point you're back in your vehicle?
At this point, yes, because we had just turned the corner.
Okay. All right. And now he has his hands above his shoulders, kind of walking toward you. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead. Please.
Shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot.
Can you hear those people yelling that guy just shot someone?
At this point in time, no. No, we cannot.
Down there. That dude just shot them up there. That dude right here.
you backing up to let the Bearcat through, or are you backing? Is that the reason you're backing up?
At this point, with watching this video, it'd probably be dual purpose here. So I did want the Bearcats to be able to get around us. And as you saw twice there, Mr. Rittenhouse did manipulate his rifle as he's walking toward us, like in this part right here. His hands are not above his head. They're actually down toward the rifle. So that's where my partner and I were going through the process of wondering what this is.
Okay, very good. Now, at that point, is that you yelling, "Get out of the road"? Do you hear that?
Yes, I heard it. I'm not certain if that's Officer Krieger or myself. I believe both of us were yelling at him to get out of the road.
Okay. And you had, I think you had said, Attorney Crowe said, normally in your experience, people who are surrendering, they'll put their hands up, but they'll do other things, correct?
Correct. They'll usually get down on their knees or prone themselves out and follow instructions that we're giving them.
Right. You're not giving him any instructions to get on his knees or lay down.
That's correct.
Okay. So when you say people do things like do this and then lay on the ground, that's done at your direction.
Not necessarily. I've had quite a few experiences where when somebody does have a desire to surrender to us, they will do that on their own because they're aware that they're armed and their intent is to surrender and they don't want something else to happen. So.
And it's also when police officers are dictating to them what to do, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Head down, hands behind your back, or whatever it is.
Correct. Yeah, instructions will be given at that point as well.
Sure. So at this point, it's your, and I'm not being critical of you, it's your testimony that at this point, you have no idea that he's done Mr. Rittenhouse has done anything wrong.
That's correct.
Do you ever make contact with him about him having a firearm in public?
No.
Do you ever want to get any information that he might have as to why he's walking toward you with his arms up like this?
Yes, that would be something that we would do secondary. As I stated earlier, when you still have gunfire that's actively taking place, there's victims that need assistance and there's still potentially a threat that's got to be stopped. So those take priority over collecting names and information at that point.
Now, to be fair, in hindsight, the person who was involved in this was, for lack of a better term, you didn't know it at the time, but he was surrendering to you.
That's quite possible, yes.
And can you just finish?
What was the grumpy? Grumpy pants.
Correct.
Is that the point that you believe Officer Krieger had
What?
used the pepper
What are you
spray?
talking about?
And at that point, you and or Officer Krieger told him to go home or something like that?
I don't recall anybody telling him to go home. The only commands I recall giving him were get out of the road and to stay back.
When you went to the hospital, did you see any videos of what had happened? Meaning any of the shootings?
I know that there were people that had videos playing on cell phones through, I'm not sure if it would be social media or what the websites would have been, but there were people that had videos of what was taking place on their phones, yes.
When you were at the hospital, did you become aware that the person that you had contact with right there was the shooter?
I was focused on preserving evidence with Mr. Rosenbaum and other tasks that I had to take place. So that was all in passing. I didn't focus much on what was taking place with that video.
Anything else? Officer Reddy, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Officer, what is your sole focus as you're sitting in that squad car addressing the potential active shooter?
That if we were to come across a threat, to stop that threat, and if we weren't actively engaged with somebody that was a threat, to preserve life and find anybody that was injured and needed medical assistance.
Now, in that video that was just shown, it showed that Officer Krieger was outside the squad car. Do you know how he was outside the squad car right before you backed up?
I don't remember him leaving our vehicle.
Can we play that exhibit again?
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them right there. That dude right here. Yeah.
Hey, Shadow, take my scooter and go check the mail.
He was behind the vehicle, kind of by the trunk area, and then jump in the passenger seat.
Yes, it appeared that he was exiting to retrieve something from our trunk. Attempting to retrieve something from the trunk, it appeared.
What?
What kind of things do you have in the trunk?
That night we had medical supplies. I believe he had a type of ballistic vest that had plates in it that would have been
Can't reach the controls?
more helpful for rifle rounds. And I don't recall if he had a rifle in the trunk
Go?
or not.
So it would be more helpful with rifle rounds, but perhaps not stop them.
Correct.
And you're talking about rifle rounds. You're talking about 223s fired from an AR-15 like the defendant had?
Shadow is sitting on the scooter seat, looking at the controls and meowing. It's not voice controlled, Shadow. You can't make it go by meowing at it.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Wants to have a little early break today. Let's break for the day. Obviously, the standard rule, please don't discuss the case with anyone, not even with members of your household.
Go find something to do.
Don't read, watch, or listen to anything to do with the trial, any account or anything else. Keep in mind that what I told you the first day. You're welcome to tell people, people may know, who know you, know that you have been coming to the courthouse every day, so they may be aware, and you're welcome to tell people, you're on a jury. I'd rather you didn't if you can avoid it, but tell them you're on a jury, but just say the judge was very forceful in saying that I can't say anything about it at all, hear anything about it at all, or we'll both be in really big trouble. Perfect advice. With that, have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you Monday at 9 a.m. And would you please go to the jury? You want to in the library or the jury room? Library, jury room. Please go to the jury room and speak with Mrs. Mataska Mendick. Thank you. Then I awakened and did my work, and then I went back to sleep. But What's going on with those instructions? For instance, we're back and outside the presence of the jury, and appearance are as before, and ready to roll.
I want to put two things quickly on the record, Your Honor. Number one, on Friday, the parties received a high-definition copy of a video drone footage that we all previously had lower resolution copies of. It's from a source identified as Brandon Beeman or Urban Unaired, something like that. And I believe there's an agreement that that's going to be added to our stipulated list of authentic videos so that we won't need a witness to lay a foundation of authenticity as to that. Is that correct?
That's a correct statement.
Okay. And second of all, Your Honor, the next witness is going to be Gage Grosskreutz. I believe there's an agreement among the parties that he has one prior criminal conviction.
All right. Is that accurate? Yes. All right, let's go. Oh, yeah, I suppose I should do that. It's Monday. Starting without the reporter is a common problem. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
It's a common problem, but I don't think I ever started without the jury.
Why are you staring at me? Did you love me? I love you too. Can't read your mind. I have tried everything, Belle. I've asked you everything I can think of. The only other thing I can think of is that you want me to go to bed, and I can't go lay down in bed with you right now. I don't know what else you want. You're going to have to wait. Don't do it. Don't do it. I wasn't talking to you. So, no. What? Why are you looking at the desk? What? What? Shadow? You were the only one behaving. Are you going to start bugging me too?
All right, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a
You're teaming up with Belle. What do y'all want, girls?
entertaining weekend, and I hope that the Bears played tonight, right? Okay, so you're smiling a lot. I assume that you're a Bear fan. How many Packer fans? How many Bear fans? About a typical split for Kenosha. Okay, great. Well, everybody enjoy the game, not necessarily the outcome. All right, let's go.
Go, Pat, go.
The state calls Gage Grosskreutz.
Lay down, Belle. Go take a nap. Don't hour me. Go take a nap.
About to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Gage, G-A-I-G-E. Grosskreutz, G-R-O-S-S-K-R-E-U-T-Z.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
One.
What city do you currently live in?
Milwaukee.
And did you grow up in Milwaukee?
For the most part, yes.
Don't do this monster foot.
Did you have any experiences growing up that made you want to get into the medical field?
Many, I think. I remember being a young child. My grandma was employed as a registered nurse at Columbia St. Mary's in Milwaukee. Like I said, being a small child, I remember her teaching me how to use a stethoscope and a blood pressure cuff. I'd say that's probably my earliest memory when I decided that I wanted to pursue a career in medicine.
Where did you go to high school?
West Dallas Central.
When did you graduate?
2012.
And did you find opportunities to put that early desire to go into medicine into practice?
Oh, yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember when I was a sophomore in high school and I was on the swim team, and my swim captain had come up to me and asked if I wanted a job as a lifeguard. So from there, I worked for the Milwaukee Lifeguard Corps. And then from there, I went to school to be an EMT basic. After completing that course, I then worked as a EMT on a private ambulance in Milwaukee.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you had to do to complete that course?
So EMT basic is, I believe, 160, maybe 180 hours. Essentially, that comes to a couple days a week out of a semester. And then following that, after successful completion of the coursework at the college, you then take 2 nationally registered courses, or tests, I should say. One is a psychomotor course. So that's a psychomotor course, test, exam. And that's essentially the hands-on technical skills. And then there's a cognitive exam. And it is a computerized exam where you take multiple choice questions in various fields of pre-emergency hospital care.
Was those 2 classes that you described, were those necessary to finish up the EMT basic program?
Correct.
And was there anything else you needed to do to finish up that program?
Apart from submitting an application to be licensed through the state, that's essentially it.
Are you familiar with the requirements in order to become an EMT in Wisconsin?
I am.
What are those requirements?
So just to recap, finishing some sort of college coursework, whether it's an EMT basic, or if you go on for an advanced EMT or an EMT paramedic. So the coursework through the accredited college is the first thing. And then following that is like I said, the 2 national registry of EMT or emergency medical technicians exams that you take. Once you complete those and pass them, then you submit an application to whatever jurisdiction that you'll be working in. Because while you might learn, this much, you're only able to potentially do this much given local protocols and laws.
Did you complete all of that yourself?
I did.
Did you obtain a certification from the state of Wisconsin to be an EMT?
I did.
And did you put that into practice?
I did.
How so?
Like I mentioned before, I worked for a private ambulance in Milwaukee for a number of years.
Did you continue on in the field to get more advanced training or more advanced certification after that?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So when I was working as an EMT basic, I decided that I really enjoyed it. And I wanted to advance my knowledge, my expertise, my experiences. And I went back to school to Waukesha County Technical College. And this is where I took the EMT paramedic course.
Can you tell us about that course?
Yeah. Yes. The EMT paramedic course, I guess a quantitative way to differentiate the 2. EMT basic is about 180 hours of class time, and EMT paramedic is about 1,600. So for the specific course that I took at Waukesha County Technical College, I took 34 credits in a semester. The way that this course was structured is you would take a morning class, and an afternoon class. This would go on for the entire semester. These classes would be, for example, one of the first 2 courses that I took was one course specific in treating trauma, and then medical emergencies. So there's a difference between those 2. So morning class, afternoon class. And then at the end of 2 weeks, in this kind of condensed, really fast-paced, really hard-hitting courses, you and then take the exam for those. And then as long as you passed with a B or higher, you were then essentially able to move on to the next segment. So if at any point in this program you were to fail a course, say you failed your morning class halfway through, If you passed your afternoon class, you would have to wait for the next academic semester to go back to reattempt.
Were you able to make it through that entire program?
I was.
Is that true for everybody else in your class?
It is not.
What was the kind of the dropout rate, if you will?
From what I remember, we had about 25 to 30 students. Was one of maybe 10 that passed.
Once you finished all of that coursework, did you get any new license or certification?
I did.
And what was that called?
That is the EMT paramedic certification.
Is that from the state of Wisconsin?
That is.
Do you remember approximately when you obtained that?
That would have been 2014, I want to say.
Can you help us understand the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Yes, I can. Like I said, a quantitative way to delineate the two is the amount of coursework. A simpler way that I like to put it to people is paramedics can put new holes in people. So some of the, sorry, would you like to go ahead? Some of the things, for example, are administering IV medications. So knowing how to start an IV. Also cardiocentesis, which is essentially a life-saving maneuver, which involves extracting fluid from the heart. There's also a great deal of pharmacology knowledge that needs to be known. For example, EMT basics can administer 6 different kinds of medications. Paramedics, and again, it depends on the jurisdiction that you're working in, but nationally, you're taught a little over 50 different kinds of medications. And that's not just names, but it's indications, contraindications, or when to use it, when to not use it, dosages, which can be dependent on weight, age, and then there's also just the general knowledge that's known. So while there are a lot more technical skills that you learn in pharmacology and things like that, it's also being able to identify and properly assess.
After you obtained your certification as a paramedic, did you work in that field?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Like I said, I've been previously employed on a private ambulance as an EMT basic. I then continued to work on a private ambulance as an EMT paramedic.
Did you ever do any of that work here in Kenosha?
In Kenosha, no, but in Racine. I worked for Erickson Ambulance for a time.
During your time working as a paramedic with that private ambulance company, what sort of medical emergencies did you have to respond to?
So Erickson Ambulance does primarily, I think almost exclusively what's called inter-facility transports. So it's not like when somebody calls 911, Erickson Ambulance is the one to respond. Versus like in Milwaukee, there's essentially these calls are shared with the fire department and private ambulances. So the private ambulances kind of back up the firefighters. But specifically for Erickson Ambulance in Racine, when I worked as an EMT paramedic, our general patient population were elderly people. So this was, a range of emergencies, anywhere from diabetic issues to potentially mental health issues. There's always the chance or the chance of trauma. Say somebody falls. Cardiac issues are also a big, a more, I guess, ubiquitous thing with the geriatric. Cardiovascular emergencies are a lot more common given the age of geriatric patients.
Do you remember approximately how long you worked as a paramedic?
I'd say about a year.
Were there ever times in which you had to deal with someone suffering from a gunshot wound?
Yes, I have.
What was that like?
It's difficult. Gunshots can be very traumatic. And I mean traumatic in the sense of the physiology of what it can do to the body. Obviously, there are numerous factors that go into it: the size of the caliber, where the person's shot, how many times. And when you are practicing in school, it is much different from when you actually go and put your hands on somebody who is bleeding. There's lots of blood, screaming. Generally speaking, there's somebody there that's frantic. So that not only are you having to focus on the patient, but you have to deal with the surrounding situation, which can be potentially, like I said, a frantic family member, say if it's an accident or self-inflicted. But also it can be a dangerous situation to go into because generally speaking, I mean, you shoot people to hurt them, and there's always that potential of continued on-scene violence. So it can be very hectic. It definitely doesn't get easier the more you do it. Maybe going through the motions, going through your mental checklist of things that you need to do. But it definitely doesn't get easier watching that, hearing that.
Since you obtained your paramedic certification from the state of Wisconsin, have you continued your education in that field?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
I went to school for outdoor education, and naturally through that field, you are finding yourself in remote areas where there is going to be some form of delayed care, meaning that you are unable to get to a hospital within an hour. And that's commonly referred to as the golden hour, specifically with trauma patients. I then took a wildland firefighter course, which I did complete. And then I also took what's called wilderness first responder, which is it's essentially the industry standard for people who work in the outdoor industry. Yeah.
Have you worked in the outdoor industry, as you say?
I have.
What kind of work have you done?
My first job in the outdoor industry was working as a sea kayak guide in the Apostle Islands.
A sea kayak guide in the Apostle Islands? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then from there, naturally through schooling and opportunities, I primarily worked with children, middle school age. And also from there, I was am an American Canoe Association sea kayaking instructor. So I actually teach people how to effectively sea kayak. Bit of context, specifically for where I worked in the Apostle Islands, Lake Superior is very cold, can get very windy, which means very wavy. So it's maybe just a little bit more intense than maybe paddling around your lake cabin. Yeah.
Are you continuing your studies today?
I am.
And how close are you to finishing those up?
I have one more class that I need to complete to receive my bachelor's in outdoor education.
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Grosskreutz, to the summer of the year 2020. And we're going to lead up to August 25th. But before that, did you spend time that summer attending any protests or demonstrations?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the death of George Floyd, I found myself demonstrating in Milwaukee. This was, I want to say, maybe 2 days after George Floyd's death. And I was out with a friend of mine who I actually took EMT basic with, and we were out demonstrating. We were seeing what the scene was like. Seeing what the scene was like. We didn't make signs or anything like that, but like I said, we found ourselves down in Milwaukee.
And when you say you were demonstrating, what exactly were you doing?
Found yourself. No, you didn't.
Well, I think
you're on purpose.
What I was specifically doing was just being in attendance.
But I want to make sure we understand what you mean by demonstrating. Were there people damaging property?
No.
Lighting fires?
No.
Was there any violent clash with police?
No.
What time of day, if you recall, were these demonstrations?
That specific first one, generally late morning into late afternoon.
So what would other folks be doing at these demonstrations?
People would be holding signs. They would be chanting various things, driving cars down the street. Yeah.
And you said you initially were there just kind of to see the scene?
Him.
Is that
Okay.
right?
Yeah, correct.
And tell us what happened after that.
So after walking for
I was like, I
a few
see
hours,
gray. Where do you see purple?
kind of starting to wrap the day up, and all of a sudden somebody starts yelling, "Medic, medic!" And I'm walking, like I said, with my friend who I took EMT basic with, and he looks at me and he says, "That's you." I was like, "Oh, I guess you're right." And then I came over to a patient who had tripped and fallen over a curb. My guess is they just weren't paying attention, got their feet caught up, and the patient was all right after an assessment, advised to go to the hospital. Following that, though, I noticed that there was no established or even organized sort of first aid presence at these demonstrations. And from there, I was talking with my friend who I'd taken EMT basic with, and we decided that we were going to offer our services voluntarily.
And did you do that?
We did.
Tell us about that experience.
So I had talked to some of the prominent organizers in Milwaukee, and we kind of laid out a game plan, or how we were going to organize this. Essentially, as medics, we decided that we weren't going to be actively participating in any of the demonstrations. I think there's essentially an ethic code that if you are providing medical care, you shouldn't necessarily choose a side, because everybody has the right to protest or demonstrate, assemble, freedom of speech, but also everybody has the right to do that safely. So very early on, we decided that we weren't going to actively participate in these demonstrations. From there, my friend and I outfitted his pickup truck into essentially a mobile first aid station.
In the time period that followed after that, did you and your friend with this mobile first aid station provide medical assistance at these demonstrations?
Yes, we did.
On approximately how many occasions would you say you did that? I think it's relevant for many reasons. It's establishing his background as a paramedic, which came into play on this particular evening. I think it also is drawing a contrast between him and the defendant.
I'll overrule the objection on the first ground.
Approximately how many times would you say you were out there providing medical care at these demonstrations?
I would say about 75 days prior to August.
And during that time period, what sort of medical situations would you assist in?
Primarily, it was essentially people not taking care of themselves. I mean, it was a hot summer. People weren't hydrating. People weren't eating. People weren't wearing proper footwear. So I would say it was, by and large, nothing sort of like medical emergencies. It was very, like I said, people not taking care of themselves. So like I said, providing water, providing food, potentially bandaging, sprained joints like ankles, things like that.
You mentioned earlier that you felt sort of an ethical obligation not to pick and choose the people you would treat. Did you treat anyone who needed it, no matter what their political beliefs were or what side they were on?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to move to the night of August 25th, 2020. On that particular evening, did you come here to Kenosha?
I did.
Had you been working at your normal job that day?
I was.
Do you recall approximately what time you left to come down to Kenosha?
7 p.m.
Did you travel alone?
I did.
Were you part of any sort of larger group or organization that was coming to Kenosha that night?
I was not.
Why did you personally decide to come down here that night?
Essentially for the same reasons that I stated earlier. We were all aware of what was happening in the days following Jacob Blake's shooting. People do have a right to demonstrate, and no way advocating for property damage or anything like that. But given the, I think we all can agree, chaotic situation of those 3 days following Jacob Blake's shooting, there was certainly a propensity for violence, or maybe not just violence, but injuries in general. And so for the same reasons that I stated earlier, I've delivered patients to freighter down here. I'm familiar with the area, and I felt that given my level of experience and knowledge that I could be of assistance to people.
Did you feel that
When
the
you came
EMT
down here that
wouldn't
night, did
show
you
up if
bring
they
any
were
of your
used?
own medical supplies?
I did.
What kind of supplies did you bring with you?
Brought a tourniquet, what's called hemostatic gauze, also commonly called quick clot, chest wound seals, some gloves, some saline spray.
How were you dressed that evening?
I had a black shirt with a Wu-Tang sign on it. It's a pretty famous group. I had khaki shorts. I had tennis shoes. And also I had a blue hat with large lettering that said paramedic on the, I guess on the front of it.
Were you carrying any of your equipment with you?
I was.
How were you doing that?
I had it in a small backpack.
Were you armed?
I was.
Tell us about that.
I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm for people's right
Nobody
to
asked you
carry
that.
and bear arms. And that night was no different than any other day. It's keys, phone, wallet, gun.
Did you have a permit to carry a concealed weapon?
I did.
Was it in effect on August 25th, 2020?
It was not.
Had it expired?
It had.
And you had not renewed it?
I had not.
When you were having this medical truck in Milwaukee, did you carry a gun then?
I did.
When you came down here, how did you carry your gun?
I had my handgun holstered in the small of my back.
What type of gun was it?
It was a Gen 4 Glock 27, so it is a smaller framed 40 caliber handgun.
Was it loaded?
It was.
Do you recall if there was a round in the chamber?
That night, I don't.
When you came down here to Kenosha that night with your equipment, etc., did you specifically seek to meet out with any particular person or any group or anything along those lines?
No, I did not.
So tell us what you did when you first came down here.
So after I arrived in Kenosha, I parked several blocks away. This is both for safety and protection of my property. I put on my equipment, which is essentially my handgun and my medical supplies. And then I walked towards the courthouse. From there, things were already, there was already confrontation between demonstrators and the police. And by confrontation, I mean people were throwing water bottles. The police were shooting pepper balls from the top of the courthouse, that sort of thing. And then after I arrived, I assessed the scene. And almost immediately I came upon a person who had been somehow, whether it was direct spray or in a gas formation or form, who was affected by the pepper spray. So immediately following that, I started treating this person. And then again from there, I was assessing the situation, primarily treating people who were affected by the tear gas, also delegating to other people how to effectively treat that.
Now, when you say you were delegating, were these people that you knew that you were delegating responsibility to?
No.
So tell us about the delegating process.
One instance that I can think of in particular, the proper way to treat, well, just to irrigate an eye in general, regardless of what is causing an issue, is you want to start from the nose and then pour out. The idea behind that is that if you have something that's affecting this eye, you pour it this way, then that chemical or whatever it is, irritant, can then go into the unaffected eye. So I had come across a person who was not properly irrigating the eye, and so that would have been one of the forms of delegation, just telling this person, hey, this is the proper way to do it. Whether or not they chose to listen to me, that's their choice. But again, just trying to provide some proper knowledge and treatment.
Do you recall approximately how many people you gave medical assistance to that night?
I don't know the exact number, but if you wanted me to estimate, I'd say around 10.
What was the most serious situation that you dealt with?
Apart from myself?
Yes, as a medic treating the other folks that were out there.
There was an individual, a younger patient, who had been shot in the crease of her left arm with what we presumed to be a rubber bullet, fired from one of the police, and she had sustained a pretty decent laceration. I mean, there was a pretty good cut from it. So whatever had hit her had some force behind it. So while actually treating a patient with tear gas irritant, and then started to hear this young patient scream, and that immediately got my attention. And would you like me to explain that interaction?
You know what? Let's pause there for a second. I want to show the jury.
How young? Why is young people out after curfew at a protest? Sorry, Bill. Stupid wood gun never like to stay on a table. It always wants to fall to the floor. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, love.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to play an excerpt of exhibit number 55, and I would like you to, when we're done, I'll ask you a couple questions about it, okay? Go ahead. I paused the video there for a second. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do.
Can you help us identify yourself there?
I would be, you can see the top of my head with a blue baseball cap and some white lettering and a black shirt. That is me.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you tell us what was shown in that video?
This is me, several other individuals who I did not know. The patient laying on the ground, and what I later found out after I had treated the patient, their father.
And was this the individual you mentioned who had a laceration to their elbow from a rubber bullet?
That is correct.
Do you remember where physically you were when you were providing that treatment?
This would have been just across the street of the south east corner of Civic Park.
Okay, so basically right out across the square here.
Correct.
And this was on the night of August 25th?
Correct.
Can we go show exhibit 56, please? Mr. Grosskreutz, do you recognize what's up on the screen there as exhibit number 56?
I do.
Can you identify that for us, please?
It appears to be a news article from the Kenosha News depicting myself and the patient in a still of the video that we just previously watched.
Your Honor, I would move exhibits 55 and 56 into evidence.
Objection. Proceed.
While you were out there on the night of August 25th, were you also taking your own video recording of what was going on?
I was.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Can. So essentially, when there wasn't a medical emergency or somebody seeking assistance, I am a ACLU legal observer, and I decided that the next best thing that I could do that night was just simply record.
Was this something where you were just recording it onto your own equipment, or was it being shared in any way?
It was being recorded from my cell phone, but it was through a Facebook live stream.
Were you broadcasting live on Facebook while you were doing that?
I was.
That means a
And
Facebook
so
Live.
that video would have recorded most of the things that you saw and places that you went while you were here that evening. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Did there come a time in which you encountered a group of folks that were armed in front of the 59th Street car source location?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the police had moved the demonstrators from the park, they started to form a line, which they would then advance, moving the demonstrators south down Sheridan Road. So let's say maybe 10, 15 minutes after they started clearing the park out, found myself outside of the 59th Street car source. As I walked up, one of the first things I had noticed that there were people armed with long guns, AR-15 type weapons, similar to the defendants, and they had been on the roof. I recall like 3 of them, I think. And there were also individuals on the ground, similarly dressed, similarly armed. On the ground, I recalled 4 seeing initially.
Do you remember the first time that you observed the defendant that evening?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
There was an individual who I had assumed came from the demonstration. The reason I assume that is because this person was coming from north, traveling southbound. This individual is being supported by 2 other individuals, kind of like that. If you were to hurt your leg and you needed somebody to help you. I had observed this individual come closer to the car source as the defendant had been essentially offering medical aid. And then that was the first time that I saw the defendant.
Do you know what happened with regard to that person who was being supported by other people and the defendant?
I only know what I had seen in the moment. I don't know what happened to this person afterwards, but what I observed was the defendant offering medical assistance, and then this individual being carried in a way onto the car source property. I then heard somebody yell, "Don't let them treat you." And I turned around. I don't remember why exactly I turned around, but then moments later, I then turned back facing towards the car source and towards the defendant and towards that individual. And then that individual, along with the other two people supporting them, were exiting the property.
Did you see the defendant provide any treatment to that individual?
I did not.
Do you remember a time when you were at that location, that car source location, and you observed a dumpster out in the middle of the road?
I do recall that, yes.
What do you remember about that?
I didn't see how it got there, but it was your pretty typical municipal dumpster, green with the black top. I didn't see anybody actively pushing it. Like I said, I didn't even see how it got there. But it was probably about a dumpster's length from the curb, which would be in front of car source.
Did you see anyone trying to start it on fire?
I did not.
Can we please bring up the live stream exhibit number 57 at the 55:44 mark, please? Go ahead.
Here. I'm done. You guys want to fuck around and find out? Do it. You want to do it, pussy? That's what's up. You want to do it? That's what I'm fucking about, bitch.
Protect your property, not the street. Protect the property, not the street. Protect your property, not the street. Protect your property, not the streets. 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 That's what the fuck y'all here for.
What we just observed, Mr. Grosskreutz, is that part of the live stream that you recorded that evening?
That is.
And I noticed there seems to be a little bit of a lag in the audio to the video. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. But is that a true and correct copy of what you recorded that night?
Apart from the 1 or 2 second delay, it is.
So this incident here with the dumpster and whatnot, were you physically there, right there, a few feet away when all this was going on?
I was.
And did you observe the people that were around you at that time?
I did.
On that particular evening, and again, I'm going to ask you to try and go back and put yourself in the mindset of that night. When you're out there on the street that evening, had you ever heard of anyone by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
Had you ever met that person before?
Never.
Do you recall seeing Joseph Rosenbaum at any point that evening?
I do not.
In particular, right around the time of this dumpster fire in front of 59th Street car source, do you recall seeing him around that at any point?
I do not.
Do you recall hearing anyone make any threats to any of the people at the car source location that if I get you alone, I'm going to kill you, or anything along those lines?
I do not.
Do you recall hearing anyone make any threats to any of those people at that car source location?
I do not.
You mentioned that the first time you saw the defendant was this person that was limping, being supported by other people. And I know you mentioned that eventually you saw that person walking away. Do you remember any other observations that you made of the defendant when you were at the 59th Street car source?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
I took note, like I said, there were 4 people essentially in front of me that I could see. So I took note of what they were wearing, how they were armed. Like I said, they were all similarly armed with a similar weapon that the defendant used. Some of them, especially as you can see in the video, had body armor, chest rigs, and then I noted that the defendant was wearing a baseball cap, green shirt, jeans, and then also a rifle.
At that moment in time, did you have any idea who he was?
No.
Never met him before?
Never.
Were there times in which you saw him wearing gloves on his hands?
I did.
When was that?
I recall this being right around this time. Then I noticed the defendant also wearing blue latex gloves, or maybe dark purple latex gloves that are very common in a healthcare setting.
Did that strike you as unusual?
In the moment, no, it did not.
Do you wear gloves like that when you treat people?
I do.
Tell us about the process of putting them on and taking them off.
Yeah. So these gloves that are common throughout all healthcare systems, they're nitrile.
Are you kidding me? Why do we need to know how you put on and take off gloves?
These gloves are
I
designed
don't know what you tell
to
me.
essentially stop anything wet that you don't want on your hands. So like blood or any sort of bodily fluids. The idea is it's called body substance isolation. So despite it being a very thin piece of plastic, it's very good at keeping contagions off of your hands. So the idea is, and also keeping in mind too, that you want to have your hands clean when you're also touching somebody else, especially if there's any sort of open wound. You want to minimize that potential for contamination or cross-contamination. The idea is that when you come upon a patient, obviously if you're able to, wash your hands, some sort of sanitizer, something along those lines. And then prior to administering aid or treatment to a patient, you then put these gloves on. And then after treating your patient, there is a specific way to remove your gloves that, let's say if there was some sort of fluid or contagion on the gloves, there's a proper way to remove them to where you wouldn't get your hands dirty afterwards with whatever it might be on the glove.
So when you're working as an EMT or a paramedic, do you typically keep one set of gloves on your hands constantly throughout your shift?
Never.
Why not?
Essentially for the reasons that I just stated. I mean, if you treat...
Essentially what?
Essentially for the reasons that I just previously stated. If you treat one patient and on an ambulance shift, on a 24-hour shift, 48-hour shift, one call every hour and a half. That's a lot of patients that you can see. That doesn't make sense. That's just not one, proper hygiene. Two, it's not proper protocol. It would be detrimental to your health, every subsequent patient's health, and not only from touching or having contact with the patient themselves, but also everything else that you touch. We all know with COVID how easily things can spread. You're touching doorknobs, your face, pens, pencils, equipment, etc.
On this particular evening, after you were at the 59th Street Car Source, do you recall where you went after that?
I do. So from the Car Source location here, I started walking southbound down Sheridan.
Did you wind up at the Ultimate gas station at the intersection of 60th and Sheridan?
I did.
Do you recall what, if anything, you did there?
Nothing different than I had previously been doing. So like I explained, when there was no patient essentially to treat, then I started recording. Again, I'm an ACLU legal observer. I thought that was the best way that night that I could provide another aspect or another perspective of an unbiased account. Video doesn't lie.
Until it does.
So when you were
Sally,
leaving 59th Street heading down to the Ultimate gas station, Were you still wearing your hat with paramedic written on it?
I was.
Did you have anyone come up to you at that particular time and request any sort of medical assistance?
No, nobody did.
Did there come a time in which you heard gunshots?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I was slightly south of Ultimate Gas Station. To be very specific, I think it's Ray's Barbershop, which is either the adjacent building or one there over. While I was recording, and I had heard a series of gunshots, what I determined to be a few blocks south of where I was.
What, if anything, did you do?
I first sat and listened, and then had there were people watching my live stream, so I had been narrating essentially what I was seeing, what I was hearing. I'd heard these gunshots and had commented on them, and then after seeing and hearing people running, well, I should say seeing people running northbound and then hearing people yelling medic, I started running southbound towards what I presumed at the time to be the origin of the gunshots.
Do you recall how far south you ran? There's a map up on the wall behind you if that's helpful.
From my location, I couldn't have gotten more than a block. So I, in reference to this map, when I first heard the gunshots, I would have been right about here. And then I traveled southbound and then never made it any more south than about here.
The first place, just for the record, I'm going to try and put that in words.
Actually, sorry.
Go ahead.
Correction. I started here and I never made it more south than about here.
Okay. So you indicate you started at, I think it's labeled on the map there on the east side of Sheridan as Boost, Mobile, and Check and Go. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicate there's a Ray's Barbershop there also?
I believe so, yes.
And then from there, you ran south past 61st Street, and you indicated you were somewhere in the middle of the block between 61st and 62nd. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate.
And what happened when you got down to that location?
I had observed people running northbound up Sheridan, and again, hearing people yelling for a medic. But then also I started to hear people yelling that somebody had been shot. So then that confirmed my assumption that somebody did in fact get shot. It was there that while I was live streaming, I met or had contact with the defendant.
Can we please play Exhibit 57, the live stream, starting at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10 second mark?
It sounded like gunshots. It sounds like multiple gunshots. People are scattering. Now this is southbound on Sheridan. This is, I was just at 60th. Looks like they even set up a recliner. Oh, 110%, bro.
Yeah, dude.
100. Shots.
Pause there for a moment, Mr. Grosskreutz. This is the video you recorded, correct?
Correct.
And you have told us that you started running from a little bit south of 60th, that gas station, down South Sheridan. Is that right?
That is right.
Were you recording with your phone?
I was.
Were you holding your phone in your hand while you were running?
I was.
Okay. Please continue.
Why you shoot him? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Can you identify that individual on the screen?
That is the defendant.
Can we rewind 10 seconds and play that again, please?
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Can you tell us, I'm going to ask you two separate questions. First of all, going back into that moment, that interaction you just had with the defendant, what did you think at the time he said to you?
At the time, I thought that the defendant had said, I'm working with the police. I didn't do anything.
Now that you've had a chance to review the video, do you know what he actually says?
Yes.
What is that?
After watching the video, he said, I'm going to the police.
And did he say anything else?
I didn't do anything, is what I make out from. It's hard to hear from the muffling, but that's what I make out of it.
I want you to try and put yourself back in the frame of that evening when you heard him say something to the effect of, was it, I'm working with the police? Is that right?
Correct.
What was your reaction to that?
I found it odd, and very noteworthy. Previously in the night, an individual I had recorded, Mr. Balch, had described some sort of plan with the police that they were going to essentially push demonstrators south down Sheridan and then past the car source lot, and then from there we're going to essentially retreat or back up that line. And Mr. Balch had explained that there was some sort of understanding, some sort of plan, to whatever extent that is, but that the police were going to push protesters down past the car source. And he said that then the police told him that it was up to the militia members, as they refer to themselves, to deal with them.
When you heard the defendant say what you thought was, I'm working with the police, did that bring back that other knowledge, what Mr. Balch had said?
Yes.
Can we play the video forward just a few more seconds and then I'm going to pause again?
Who shot? Stop him! Hey, stop him!
It appears to me, Mr. Grosskreutz, that you ran along or jogged along the defendant for a moment when you had that little interaction. Is that fair to say?
That is.
And then it looks like you kind of let him continue and you turn back south again. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Why did you do that?
So you hear me ask the question, who's shot? Who is shot? At that moment, the only thing I was concerned about was finding this person who had been shot or presumably had been shot. Given that I was still north of where I thought the shots had come from, instinctually I turned, did a 180 facing northbound, then turned southbound because I was concerned for whoever might be potentially injured.
It appears from the video, though, that you don't go very far before you turn and head back after the defendant. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say.
What changed?
I'd seen a number of people running northbound in the same direction as the defendant. I'd started hearing people saying he just shot that guy, he just shot somebody.
So then you turn around and head back north after the defendant.
I wouldn't say after the defendant.
Why did you turn around and head back north after you heard these people say these things?
With what Mr. Balch had said previously, essentially the way that these self-proclaimed militia members were conducting themselves, the gunshots, people yelling for a medic, my interaction with the defendant, and really the lack of information that I had gotten from him, and specifically what I had thought I had heard, then coupled with this group of people running northbound, I had essentially made an inference or an assumption that there could be potential for somebody getting injured. And anytime you bring a firearm into that equation, the stakes are much higher for both serious injury and death.
Based on all the factors that you just outlined for us, did you feel like your services might, as a medic, might be more needed in the direction the defendant was headed?
Correct.
What did you do after that?
After I had turned around and started running in the same direction as the defendant, again, this I wouldn't say that there was more people joining, but more people were then pointing out the defendant, saying that he had just shot somebody, that he's trying to get away, get him, things of that nature. And then so again, further inferencing from the things I heard and experienced, witnessed earlier in the night, I thought that the defendant was an active shooter. And like I had mentioned earlier, anytime you add a firearm into the equation, like I said, the stakes are so much higher for somebody potentially being seriously injured or being killed.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 5? Exhibit 5. This is the BG on the scene video. Let's go ahead and play that. I'll be pausing here in a little bit. We just saw you come running into the screen from the right. You're just behind that figure in the white shirt. Before this moment, had you drawn your firearm?
No.
Where was it?
Like I mentioned at the beginning, I keep my pistol holstered in the small of my back.
But don't you have it in your hand at this point?
I can't see. Okay. Can't see from this video.
Did there come a time when you were running that you did pull your gun out?
Yes.
Why?
Again, in the moment, I thought that the defendant was an active shooter. Having been not too far behind, like you had mentioned, I'm just about to come into the frame here. I had heard several more gunshots. And again, making inferences, the defendant was the only one with a large caliber rifle. I'd seen an individual jump over the defendant, and then the defendant heard 2 shots. And then from there, I saw another individual use his skateboard to hit the defendant or hold the defendant. Either way, the individual had made contact with the defendant with his skateboard. And then from there, I heard another shot. And then as we can see in this still, an individual, well, yeah.
Okay. I want to back up for a second, Mr. Grosskreutz, because we have other video that shows you pulling your gun out before those shots are fired. So do you remember specifically, were you intending when you pulled your gun out, were you intending to use it?
If I had to. I didn't draw my firearm with a express intent of using it, but also being ready if I had to use it.
Let's continue the video for a little bit, and I'm going to pause here. Pause right there. We've already seen this video. There's an individual on the left who had been shot at twice by the defendant. Then the defendant is there on the ground, and there's another individual between the defendant and you, Anthony Huber, who has been shot in the chest at this point. And that individual to the right of Mr. Huber that's sort of crouched over, that's you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you witness the defendant fire 2 shots at that man on the left?
I did.
Did you witness him fire a shot into Mr. Huber's chest?
I did.
So when you come upon the defendant at this point, do you recall what you were holding in your hands?
I do.
What were you holding?
In my right hand, I had my Glock pistol, and in my left hand, I had my cell phone.
What was going through your mind at this particular moment?
That I was going to die.
Let's continue the video for just a second, please. Pause. There's a time in this video when you appear to hold your hands up. Do you know about that? Do you recall that?
I do.
Why did you do that?
After Anthony Huber was shot, you can see in the video I'm not too far behind him. And the defendant had, after murdering Anthony Huber.
The objection is sustained. That whether the death of Anthony Huber was caused by murder or not is for you jurors to decide and not for the witness. So please keep that in mind, that people, when they're in the court and they're testifying, they can be affected by their emotions, sometimes by their jobs, and they will, for someone who comes into a physician, for example, with a gunshot wound, may be identified as a victim. And that's the language that they speak in the hospital because the person comes in with a gunshot wound. Here in the court, where the issue is yet to be determined whether someone's a victim or not, and it's to be based on the evidence presented in court, and it's a decision to be made by you jurors, not by a witness, not by the judge, not by the prosecutor or the defense attorney. So I'm going to ask you to strike the comment, which was this witness's view of the subject, and because it carries no weight. It's for you folks to decide. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you had just seen Mr. Huber get shot.
Correct.
And so what was going on in your mind?
I was very close to the defendant, and I thought there was a high likelihood that I would be shot myself.
Can we back up and play 10 seconds? Go back 10 seconds, please. Please continue. Pause. At this point in the video, is the defendant pointing his AR-15 at you?
Yes, he is.
And you have your hands raised in the air at this point?
I do.
Continue the video, please. Pause. Did you see the defendant do anything with his gun after you put your hands up?
I did.
What did you see him do?
It's an action that's typically referred to as re-racking a firearm. So after the defendant had pointed his rifle at me and put my hands up, and then the defendant, like I said, did this motion. It's called re-racking, and that's essentially where you take the slide, which on a AR-15 like that would be on the top, and you pull back, and with that.
I have a question for this guy. You saw this kid with a gun, and everybody's screaming, he just shot someone. He just shot someone. Oh, bad place to pause. Sorry, dude. So he's got a gun. Everybody's yelling, stop him, stop him. He just shot someone. Why'd you follow him? If you were afraid you were going to be shot too, why did you follow this kid? Why did you go down to where he was, where he could shoot you? Because guess what? He did. He shot you. Why didn't you stay away from the guy with the gun that was shooting people? I'm not victim blaming here. I'm just asking. I would love to ask this dude this question. What were you trying to do? Seriously. What were you trying to do?
That does is, depending on if there was already a bullet or a round in the chamber, which would mean it would be ready to fire, as you can put in the magazine, which where the bullets are held, and the firearm won't be able to fire. But as soon as you then pull the slide back, like on a pistol or on an AR-15 on the top, that then either loads the rifle or the firearm for it to be ready to fire, or if there was already a round previously in the chamber, that then ejects that round or casing if that round had been spent, and then reloads the next bullet into the chamber or the barrel.
So after you raised your hands like this, you saw the defendant re-rack the weapon?
Correct.
What did you think was going to happen?
In my experiences and in my inference in that moment, for the defendant had pointed his weapon at me and I had put my hands in the air, re-racking the weapon in my mind meant that the defendant pulled the trigger while my hands were in the air, but the gun didn't fire. So then by re-racking the weapon, I inferred that the defendant wasn't accepting my surrender.
Did you feel that he was going to point the gun and shoot at you again?
Yes.
What did you do then?
Then you run.
So after the defendant had re-racked his weapon,
Find
with the
cover.
rifle still aimed at me, in that moment, I felt that I had to do something to try and prevent myself from being killed or being shot or killed. And so I decided that the best course of action would be to close the distance between the defendant and I, and then from there, I don't know. I mean, if it meant trying what Anthony had just tried, wrestling the gun, detaining the defendants. I don't know, because I
Another
never had
bad
an opportunity. I do know though, I was never trying to kill the defendant. It was never something that I was trying to do. In that moment, I was trying to preserve my own life. But doing so while also taking the life of another is not something that I'm capable or comfortable in doing. That goes against almost a lifelong ethical code that I've lived by in regards to medicine.
Can we back the video up 10 seconds, please? Can we back it up 10 seconds, please? Go ahead. Pause. Mr. Grosskreutz, after seeing the defendant shoot at one person at close range twice, shoot at Mr. Huber in the chest once, and having already been told by others in the crowd that he'd previously already shot someone else, and having him point the gun at you, and you're holding your own pistol in your hand, why didn't you take your own gun and shoot the defendant first?
Like I said, that's not the kind of person that I am. It's not why I was out there. That's not why I was out there for 75 days prior to that. Why I spent up until that point,
Well, then why do you have a gun?
spent my time, my money, my education, providing care for people. It's not who I am.
Then what's
And
the purpose of
definitely
having it if you're not
somebody
going
that
to
I
use it?
would want to become. And in that moment, I thought it would tried to attempt a non-lethal way to end that interaction.
When the defendant shot you, where were you hit?
I was hit in my right bicep.
What kind of damage did that do?
I effectively lost a large majority of my right bicep.
Can we please play Exhibit 58? Before we do this, I do want to let everyone know that this is going to be a very graphic. Exhibit, what does Exhibit 58 show?
Myself, after being shot by the defendant.
Are you still holding your Glock in this picture?
I am.
Had you fired your Glock at all that night, at any point?
No.
Can we please show exhibit number 59? Can you describe what this picture shows, Mr. Grosskreutz?
This is me probably 30 seconds after I was shot by the defendant. You see who I believe to be Mr. Lukowski on the right of the screen. Me in the center with the blue paramedic hat. Right above my hat is Mr. Balch, I believe. And then to the left of me, unfortunately, I don't know who the two individuals who you can't see their faces are. But then that is a person I came to know as CJ Halliburton, who was also live streaming that night.
That doesn't look like bicep.
And
That looks
him,
like
myself and Mr. Lukowski are.
that looks like AC.
Mr. Halliburton is applying a tourniquet to my right bicep while Mr. Lukowski and myself are trying to instruct Mr. Halliburton on the use and application of the tourniquet.
Can we please play Exhibit 60?
Dude, get him with that snow. Lay down.
What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Man! That was not me! I just saved him! Come on! Hey, look at me.
Keep him right there. We're coming out to you. I got right for a Bearcat. We're coming out to you.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibits 58, 59, and 60 into evidence.
Objection. Receive.
Would this be a good time for a break, Your Honor?
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any of the account of the trial. We'll see you in a little bit.
There are different degrees of wrenches. I found that out last weekend with one of the Disney channels I mod for. I don't know what happened. I can't do anything, and I've been modding for this shop for a while, and all of a sudden, I don't know what they did, but they don't know what they did either. All I can do is put links in the chat. I can't time out anyone. I can't hide anyone. I can't do anything. They accidentally timed out somebody, and they were like, how do I get her back? How do I get her back? And I knew how to do it, but I couldn't do it because my mod status got screwed up. I have no idea what they did. I tried to make Judy a managing mod so she could do stuff like that, but I don't know how to do that either. So I could pin it, but my laptop's not on, and I can't pin from StreamYard. Hopefully they won't show anything more graphic than what they did. I did not expect it to be that graphic. Part of his arm's missing, yes, but it's not his bicep. You'd think a paramedic would know where the bicep ends and where the antecubital space starts. I guess I can see if I can pull it up on
Mr. Grosskreutz, the last video we watched had some police individuals with their armored vehicles, and they appeared to be escorting you away. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
What happened after that?
After the police officers that responded in the Bearcat, or that armored personnel carrier, they assisted me getting into the back of it. The inside, from what I remember, is designed. There's 2 benches on either side with a pretty narrow walkway. From here, I had officers on either side of me. I had been seated on the floor in between the 2 bench seats. And then from there, I remember having a conversation with what I'm going to assume was the medic on that. I don't know if that was a SWAT team or what the organization of that unit was, but it appeared to me that whoever I was having this interaction with, this conversation with, was the medic, for lack of a more specific term. From there, from what I remember, this SWAT medic was attempting to start an IV on me. We then had a conversation regarding whether or not, well, let me back that up. While this medic was trying to start an IV on me, I had begun asking him to apply another tourniquet because my arm was still bleeding. So as far as medical practices can go, if whatever wound is still bleeding with a single tourniquet, the idea is you want this thing to be very, very tight to stop all blood flow. The idea is life over limb. But you can apply another tourniquet or an additional one to assist in stopping the bleeding. And then from there, we arrived at the hospital, and the SWAT members, the police officers, opened the back of the door, or the back door of the Bearcat. A few of them got out first and essentially provided a perimeter, and then another 1 or 2 officers helped me get up from. So I should clarify, I was sitting down in between the 2 benches. 1 officer had helped me up, and then from there, I walked myself into the emergency room.
When you say you were at the hospital, is that KMH Freighted South down here on just off of Sheridan?
That is correct, yes.
And what sort of medical treatment did you receive either at that hospital or at subsequent facilities?
Upon arriving at the first hospital in the emergency room, the tourniquets were left in place. Once you put those on, you want to be very sure before you take them off. There's issues with blood clots and that sort of thing. From there, I remember having my vitals taken. So that includes like pulse, blood pressure, EKGs, which is heart rhythms, the pretty general stuff when anybody goes to the hospital. But then specific to my injury, they being the hospital staff, the ER doctor who had been working that shift, determined that they were not able to provide adequate treatment for me. So for a little bit of clarification, hospitals, at least in Wisconsin, are on a tier system.
Why don't you ask another question?
Sure. So at the first hospital, KMH, they determined they needed to send you someplace else. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I don't recall the name of the hospital. I do know that I was transported by ambulance to an additional hospital. I remember the ambulance ride only being about 5 minutes.
And then at that hospital, did they treat you, or did you have to go someplace else after that?
Originally, I was supposed to be treated at that hospital, but given the severity of my injury, it was determined that I was going to be transported by Flight for Life to Freighter in Milwaukee.
And once you got up to Freighter in Milwaukee, did you have to undergo any surgical procedures or anything?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. When I first arrived to Freighter in Milwaukee, I was brought into the trauma room. Essentially, from there, I was stripped naked, getting prepped for surgery. And that surgery, from my understanding, is the first one is what's called a debridement. Essentially, what that is it's a very deep cleaning of a wound to stave off infection. Essentially, it's scraping away the dead tissue.
Now, we've heard other testimony that when you were shot, it was shortly before midnight on August 25th. Were you eventually taken up to Freighter Milwaukee sometime overnight?
In the early morning, yes.
And the surgery, would that have occurred shortly after you got to that hospital?
Almost immediately after me getting there, yes.
Do you recall if there were any other surgical procedures done on you while you were at Freighter that early morning?
The early morning, I don't believe I had any surgeries. I was in the ICU, a few rooms over from Jacob Blake, and that, like I said, it's an intensive care unit, so it's for serious traumatic injuries or medical ailments. But then from there, I was moved to what would essentially be a tier down from that. So it's like the long-term ICU, if that makes sense. And then from there, I had, I don't recall if it was 2 or 3, but I do know I had at least 2 more of these debridement surgeries. Again, that's where it cleans off the tissue.
Was there eventually surgical procedures done to try and repair the damage to your arm?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been the Monday, the following Monday.
Okay. And have you undergone more than one of those types of procedures?
That specific procedure, no.
Okay. Overall, how much treatment have you received since this shooting to try and repair the damage?
I would say about a week in the hospital for emergency care. And from there, several months of physical therapy.
Now, when you got to the hospital, one of the hospitals, you said they took everything off of you. Did you have anything with you that you had picked up on the street while you were out around that night?
Yes, I did.
What did you have?
I had a spent tear gas canister.
I have an exhibit here which has been marked as exhibit number 61, I believe. Is that what the sticker says on there? Okay. I'm going to have Detective Antaramian remove this item and hold it up for the jury. Mr. Grosskreutz, is the detective holding up the item that you're referring to?
Yes, he is.
I would move exhibit 61 into evidence.
Objection? No. Steve?
Where did you find that?
That would have been maybe 50 feet south on Sheridan from Car Source.
From that 59th Street Car Source?
I'm sorry. Yes, 59th Street Car Source.
Okay. And you said it was spent, meaning whatever originally was there, all the gas had come out.
Correct.
Is that right? So it wasn't capable of doing any further damage or harm to anyone.
Correct.
Why did you pick it up?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. So did there come a time in which law enforcement officers came to speak to you at the hospital?
That's correct.
Did they ask you to sign a release for them to obtain your medical records?
They did.
And did you in fact do so?
I did.
Did you also provide the officers with a statement about what had happened to you?
Yes, I did.
And did you describe to them the fact that you had been recording the night's events on a Facebook live stream?
Yes, I did.
When you say a Facebook live stream, is that something that if someone's on Facebook, they could possibly see that if they wanted to?
That is correct.
Did you also have a copy of that video on your phone?
No, not a physical copy.
Where was the actual file itself in the world, if you will?
When you record something on Facebook Live, it gets stored in your profile videos, photos. So while I didn't have a physical copy of it on my phone, I was able to access the recording via my Facebook through my phone. If that makes sense.
Were the police, did you make them aware of the fact that there was that video out there?
Yes, I did.
Around the time that you were in the hospital that night after the shooting, in the early morning hours, etc., did you become concerned about your own personal safety?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the events of August 25th, it was made known to me pretty quickly that people online and in person were.
Sure sounds like it.
It goes to his state of mind, Your Honor. There's
What state of mind about what?
cooperating. This is intimidation.
See, the rule is you can't buttress credibility unless it's attacked.
It has been with the detective's testimony, Your Honor. There's been questioning over his cooperation level already.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the evidence. But and we're working again with the hearsay rule. So I'm not going to permit the evidence to be considered as proof of what he may have seen or heard about what was on the internet, but rather as proof of circumstances operating on his mind. Does that make sense? So it isn't to be taken as true. If let's, for example, I'm gathering you're going to suggest there was some suggestion of harm, potential harm. It's not being offered to prove that there was in fact a true risk from any particular source of any harm, but rather what he concluded based upon the information that he heard. Make sense? Okay, thank you.
Please continue telling us about your concerns for your safety.
So like I had just said, it had been made aware to me that people online were making threats, going above just personal opinion, as well as people coming outside my place of residence, family members, including my mother, my grandmother, an aunt that I had hardly talked to. And that became very concerning for me.
Did there come a time in which the investigating officers asked you for access to everything on your cell phone?
Through my attorney, yes, I did.
Was that something that you were interested in turning over to law enforcement?
At the time, I was under the impression that I was fully cooperating, and so yes, that is something that I was willing to do.
Did that actually happen?
No, that did not.
Do you know why not?
At the time, no. I didn't know.
Did you personally ever make a decision to refuse to give over all of the contents of your cell phone to law enforcement? Did you personally?
I never personally refused that, no.
May I approach your Honor? Mr. Grosskreutz, I have put in front of you a document which has been marked as exhibit number 68. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Essentially, this document that I'm looking at is an official form for informed consent to disclose evidence, personal property, personal records.
Do you know whose form that is?
My form.
Well,
oh, sorry.
Which agency or entity created that form, if you know?
It is marked by the Kenosha Police Department and the Kenosha County District Attorney.
And is this a form that was presented to you by a law enforcement officer so that they could get access to your medical records?
Yes.
Did you sign that form?
Yes, I did.
What day did you sign it?
August 26th, 2020.
I'd move exhibit 68 into evidence.
Objection? No. Received.
After everything that you've been through, Mr. Grosskreutz, do you still have any physical issues with your arm?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Apart from the obvious loss of tissue, muscle doesn't grow back. Aside from that, and perhaps things being difficult, like larger, heavier things being difficult to lift, I do have a neurological deficit on my arm. So I would say about here where the injury is. Essentially all of this and through my thumb, I'm not able to feel. I am able to move it, but there is no sensation in that area.
And I just want to, for the record, demonstrate you held up your right arm. You indicated that the wound was near the crux of your elbow.
Correct.
And you indicated that there was no feeling in an area of the arm, which, if I'm characterizing this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like you were describing the top of your forearm running from the elbow down to your right thumb. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
In the area where that wound was, did you have a tattoo?
I did.
Is that
I'm sorry, I still do.
And what does that tattoo say?
Tattoo is a image of a pretty prominent symbol in the healthcare field. It's the snake wrapped around the cross, around the staff. On the top, there is a banner that says "Do no harm," meaning do no harm. It's a banner on the top here, and then on the bottom, there was a banner that said "Do no harm," KNOW harm. Yes.
And that's one of the mantras of the medical industry is first do no harm.
Correct.
One moment, please.
All right, cross-examine.
So, Mr. Grosskreutz, on the morning of the 26th of August, do you remember telling the officer who interviewed you, sometime during the incident, my Gen 4 Glock 27 that has a belt clip attached fell off my waist? Remember that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 69 for identification. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. And that's, if I could be fair, I'm not going to stand by you the whole time, so I'm sorry, but is that your signature?
That is.
Okay. And it appears that that is, it says on 8/25/20 at 11:30 p.m. at 6300 Sheridan Road, and then it goes on a narrative version of your statement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And if I could, toward the end of that large paragraph, you'd agree it says, sometime during the incident, my Gen 4 Glock 27 that had a belt clip attached fell off my waist, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's a lie, right?
I wouldn't say that's a lie, no.
You didn't take the Glock out of your back here and run with it?
I did.
So it didn't fall off your waist. It was in your hand.
That's correct.
So you would say that's not a lie?
No, I would say it isn't.
Okay, and you told that to multiple officers. Isn't that true?
I don't know.
Same exhibit, sir. The next sentence. I told multiple officers that I dropped my firearm.
Why?
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't drop your firearm. You were chasing Mr. Rittenhouse with your gun, right?
You are.
You were chasing him with your gun? Yes?
No.
You didn't chase him down Sheridan Road, pulling your gun, chasing after him. That's a lie. You're saying that didn't happen.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I wasn't chasing the defendant.
You were running after him?
No.
No. Okay. Did you ever get charged for not telling the truth to the police about dropping your gun?
No.
Did you ever tell the police in here on this statement that you actually had a firearm in your hand and pointed it at the defendant?
No, I did not.
You never told him you had a gun at all in terms of as you had an interaction with Mr. Rittenhouse. True?
That is correct.
And I know you said you don't know, but Jason Lekowski testified that he picked up that firearm that he believed belonged to you, and there was one in the chamber. Do you dispute that that could be true?
No, I did not.
Now, you had talked about your purpose of being there that evening. You're a member of our Wisconsin Revolution, are you not?
No, I'm not.
You're a member of the People's Revolution?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken at their rallies?
I haven't won.
And during that rally, have you made statements such as "Long live the revolution"?
I have.
And you have no affiliation with them, though.
Affiliation, yes.
Okay, there's some of those people in the crowd today, aren't there?
Yes.
Splitting hairs. Oh.
Now, your first statement to Officer, I think it's Birch, on the morning of the 26th. When he's asking you about what happened, if I have this right, you don't explain at all to him as to how you approached Mr. Rittenhouse with your gun, correct?
Can am I able to, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't remember specifically on that document.
Okay. In fact, 6
Sam,
hours after you had been shot, you had a lawyer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to stop the interview with the police because you had a lawyer, right?
That is correct.
And this is a civil lawyer, right?
That is one thing that she represents, yes.
Okay. And she's in court today, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay. And I know this wasn't addressed, but you have I'm going to show you Exhibit 62.
Unbelievable. Okay, going back to what we were saying about nobody that was there in good faith, except for the police. He's like, oh, I'm a paramedic. I'm there to help. And then, well, what if there weren't anybody that needed help? Well, I'm a legal observer for the ACLU. I went live on Facebook for transparency or whatever. Yeah, right. And now, I don't know what that group he's involved in with, but it doesn't sound like it's a charity group or whatever. Nobody that was there out of the goodness of their hearts. They were there because they wanted to be a big shot or they had an agenda. And now he's been impeached. How many times since the defense has started asking him questions? Good Lord.
Marked as exhibit number 62. This is a notice of claim. Is that right?
And he's a victim, but he felt the need to get an attorney.
Filed on your behalf by your lawyer, right?
That is correct, yes.
Making a notice or telling, among others, the city and county of Kenosha that you would like $10 million. True?
Excuse me?
That is correct.
Did you read this?
Excuse me?
So are you aware in this document, you never mentioned that you actually possessed a firearm? You know that?
That is correct.
You left that part out, right?
That is correct.
Judge, I would move 62.
Is there objection? No.
You then had, shortly thereafter, I want to say in October, I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 63. You have now filed a lawsuit in federal court. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
In that document, you again failed to mention that you possessed a firearm. Is that right?
That is correct.
So you, in these documents that you are filing with courts, you are leaving out the fact that you had possessed a firearm when you were shot, right?
That is correct.
And this is, so to be fair, this is your testimony today, and how this case turns out has an impact on your ability to try to collect your $10 million, right?
That is correct.
So if he's convicted, if Mr. Rittenhouse is convicted, your chance of getting $10 million is better, right?
I'm not entirely sure how that plays out.
Haven't had any conversations with your lawyer about
Well,
that?
you're not going to ask me about conversations with this lawyer.
Okay, fair enough. You're aware that if Mr. Rittenhouse is convicted, your chances of getting the $10 million are better?
I'm not objecting. This has been asked and answered, and I don't think he's got a basis to answer that.
Judge, I would
Well,
move-
I was sustained on the first ground.
I would move 63.
Objection?
No.
Received.
So you were asked by Attorney Binger about a live stream that you had been running that evening, right?
That is correct.
All right. And there are, as far as I can tell, 3 instances in which you see, at least on that live stream, you see Mr. Rittenhouse. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Do you have them? And during that first contact, which we'll see, you're filming, you had talked a little bit about this. You were filming him 23:45. That's fine. Just wait. You gotta put them all on.
I don't think you understand what defund means. We're not asking for abolition yet. We're asking for social programs to be funded, so we don't end up with more redneck asses like you.
Yeah, when I see on the screen, I'm put these hands on that bitch.
This is my 5th time tonight.
They don't like getting tear gas. Nobody likes getting tear gas.
I understand why you guys are out here, though. There's a lot of fucking people from out of town last night. I'm not seeing as many people from out of town here tonight. I don't think it's like
No, and like our whole goal straight up with us right there. We're gonna push y'all to us, have y'all get pissed off at us, and then wrap you guys the fuck up.
Right.
So that's
Time that you saw him have contact with people who were carrying the woman, you had said?
Yes.
And now, to be fair, you didn't think he was doing work as an EMT properly, right?
In that instance?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that you thought he was doing it? How did you think he was doing it?
I hadn't even observed the defendant administer anything, so at that point,
You didn't see him threaten anybody, right?
no, I did not.
You didn't see him point his gun at anyone?
No, I did not.
Didn't see him raising his voice in an agitated manner or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I know you said that you heard people say something along the lines of "Don't go to them." Do you help her out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, later on, 31 minutes. 31:00. Later on, you see him walking. Would that be fair? Right? You can play it from right there.
Looks like the Boogaloo Boys, the good old boys rolling up. Two right there. Two right there.
You fucking laughing? Fuck you!
Yeah.
So you hear him say, "Anybody need a medic?" Right?
Correct.
Okay. Natalie, go ahead.
On our own medics, you're good. You can go home. Fucking stupid.
And that's you, right?
Speaking?
Yeah.
That is correct.
So you say you can go home, you fucking stooge. Right?
Correct.
Okay. He didn't do anything to you, did he?
No.
You didn't see him threaten anyone, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't see him act aggressive toward anyone, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, again, whether you agree that he's a medic or not, he's asking people if they need help. Agreed?
That is correct.
Then 5728. Mr. Binger had asked you about this one, and this is the time that Mr. Rittenhouse you videotaped him. That's not right there. Go ahead.
I understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the streets. You gotta stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people.
So you see him pulling a dumpster out of the road, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree on normal situation, a dumpster's not supposed to be in the road?
In normal situations, yes.
And you hear somebody telling him, hey, that's not your job. You're not to do that, right?
That is correct.
He doesn't react to that person at all, does he?
No, he does not.
He doesn't threaten that person in any way?
No, he does not.
He doesn't point his firearm at that person?
No, he does not.
To be fair, he ignores that person, doesn't he?
I think that's a fair way of putting it.
Okay. And in terms of the next time you really see him is your contact with him on Sheridan Road after the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
That is correct.
Now, you were asked, were you armed with a firearm? And you said that you were, right? Mr. Binger said, what do you bring? And you said keys, wallet, whatever else, and a gun, right?
I did say that, yeah.
Kind of standard operating procedure for you out in the summer of 2020?
Not just the summer of 2020.
Oh, so you had carried your firearm at times previous to that?
That's correct.
And you're doing that for personal protection, correct?
Correct.
And you're carrying it concealed, are you not?
That is correct.
It's unlawful for you to carry it concealed. Is that not true?
Unlawful?
Yeah, you can't carry a concealed weapon without a CCW permit, right?
That is correct, yes.
You have to open carry. You have to have, been talking about people with their guns out. You have to carry it with it out if you don't have a CCW permit, right?
That is correct.
And you didn't have a CCW permit, did you?
I did have a CCW permit.
It wasn't valid, correct?
After the fact, yes, I found out that it was not valid.
So have you been charged for unlawfully carrying a firearm?
No, I have not.
So you're carrying a gun for
This prosecutor only
in
charged
your,
with
if I have it
card.
right, back here, right?
That is correct.
And I'm motioning into my, kind of my belt area.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your first contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, I think you had testified that you believed that he said to you that he was going to the police, or that he was working with the police, right?
That is correct.
Well, on your statement on the 26th, which is the first statement you gave to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
You told law enforcement, I heard the guy say, quote, that he pulled the gun on me first, unquote, right?
That is correct.
So you never say to the police during your interview, he told me he was working with you guys. You never tell him that, do you?
That is correct.
So when you make contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, tell me if this is fair. And I'm not, Mr. Binger's asked witnesses to do this, so I'm going to ask you to do the same. Probably watched videos, you've probably seen all this. I'm asking you to put yourself back there at that time, okay? You know shots are fired, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the only information that you have is Mr. Rittenhouse saying, according to you, he pulled the gun on me first, right?
Correct.
And based on that, you believe there's an active shooter.
Not solely on that, but yes.
You don't have any information, correct?
I had minimal information.
And in fact, what he says to you was, I'm going to the police. correct?
That is correct.
And he's running toward the police, isn't he?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you, and tell me if this is right. You have no idea what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, do you?
Apart from, no.
Just
No.
on that day.
Correct.
Okay. And he tells you he's running, and he tells you whatever he tells you, I'm going to the police, or what you think is, he pulled the gun first, and he's running away from you, right? He's running north on Sheridan Road. Yes.
Correct.
And he's running away from where you're standing. True?
Correct.
You at that point pull a firearm out from your belt and begin to chase him. True?
That is not true.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit
Oh, that-
35. You take a peek at that for a second. That's a picture of you, is that right?
On the right-hand side with the blue cap and yeah.
You can look there where this is you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're digging into your waistband in the back, are you not?
Yes,
That's where your gun is located, is it not?
that is correct.
Okay. Do you see Kyle Rittenhouse in this picture?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So if we can be fair here, this isn't him, right?
No, it is not.
And you don't believe that's him?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And you'd agree none of these other people are him either?
I think that's a fair thing to say, yes.
Okay. What do you think, to the best of your ability, how far that guy's ahead of you?
It'd be hard to tell, but based on what I can see here, maybe 30 feet.
Okay. So you believe, based on this, Mr. Rittenhouse is more than 30 feet ahead of you because he's not behind that guy, right?
Yes.
So he's 30 feet, at least 30 feet ahead of you. You look like at that point you're moving. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So with him 30 feet ahead of you, running away from you, at that point you pull your firearm and begin to chase him, correct?
No.
You don't begin to chase him?
Nope. No, I do not.
You head in the direction that he's running. Yes?
Correct.
But you just happen to be running in that direction? It has nothing to do with Kyle Rittenhouse running in that direction?
No, it does have to do with the defendant running in that direction, yes.
Okay. So you are trying to chase him down?
No.
You can hear people yelling at that point, get him, get his ass, things like that, right?
That is correct, yes.
Did you hear, there's one that I've heard on this, and I don't know if you've heard it. Cranium that boy. Did you hear that?
I've heard it after the fact. In that moment, I do not recall hearing that now.
Okay. But you acknowledge you hear get him and get his ass.
Correct, I do.
Okay. So fair at that point, you believe those people are chasing him down.
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to use the word mob. You use whatever word you want. It's getting bigger as they're running, isn't it? More people are joining this.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
And you believe, well, tell me if this is true. You were concerned for Kyle Rittenhouse's safety.
Yes, I was.
You were concerned because you saw, and I'm going to refer to him as the only way we refer to him, jump kick man. So you see this guy kick him in the face. True?
I do not see Jump Kick Man kick him in the face.
You see him attempt to kick him in the face?
From my perspective, I didn't see any specific motion regarding kicking. But it is fair to say that I did observe Jump Kick Man going over the defendant.
Okay. And he's going, if you remember, he's going over to the defendant with his foot in the air, correct?
I don't recall that.
You have a picture of
That's amnesia, y'all.
And before I bring it up, to be fair, you're making up ground on Mr. Rittenhouse, correct? As you're running in his direction.
Correct.
Okay, you eventually catch him.
Correct.
Or come up to him, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can turn around, or whichever you want to do. You see that going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we're being honest with one another, he appears to be trying to kick him in the face, right?
In this photograph, yes.
Okay. Well, how far away from this when it's going on are you?
I don't recall how far away I was exactly when this action occurred.
You're a matter of feet, right?
I think that's a fair thing to say.
Okay.
Close.
All right, and you're seeing this, so you are having some concern, maybe as a medic or your training, that Kyle Rittenhouse is in physical danger. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you believe he's in physical danger because he's being attacked, right? That's fair.
It's a fair thing to say, yes.
Okay. So you see this, then you see, can you bring up the Huber picture, please? Then you see Mr. Then you know you didn't know it then, but you know now that's Anthony Huber, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw this happening, right?
Correct.
And it was no more from me to you away probably at that point, true?
I don't recall, but that's probably fair. Yes.
And in fact, you had mentioned to the officers that you even recalled Mr. Huber holding onto the trucks of that skateboard when he was striking him, right?
Correct.
And that, to be fair, as a medic, that concerned you, did it not?
I think anytime that there's a risk of head trauma, it's a risk.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So you believe in this picture, one of the reasons you wanted to intervene was you believe that Mr. Rittenhouse was in danger of being seriously hurt, right?
In part, yes.
And you had mentioned to the police that evening that you tried telling Mr. Huber, you just said the guy, but you tried telling the guy to stop hitting him with the skateboard. Is that right?
That is what I put in my statement, yes.
Is that true?
With the benefit of hindsight, I don't believe that to be true, no.
Okay, so when you told that to the police that you told the guy with the skateboard to stop hitting him, that's not correct. That's not true.
That is correct.
Now, your original statement then to the police was, I tried telling the guy to stop hitting him with the skateboard. The guy on the ground then turned over, racked the weapon, and pointed his gun at me and shot me, right?
That is correct, yes.
You omitted the idea. You omitted the fact that you ran up on him and had a Glock pistol in your hand, right? You left that out.
Correct.
Would you think in a case where you are shot that providing the police information that you were actually possessing a firearm at the time would be relevant?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay. But you didn't think it was relevant to tell him that day, correct?
It's not that I didn't think it wasn't relevant. After the defendant had shot me, I had just gotten out of surgery when the Kenosha police officers had arrived and just gone through one of the most traumatic experiences in my life, both emotionally and physically. I'd just gotten out of surgery. Had just been sedated. I was on pain meds. So,
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
sorry. It wouldn't have been a purposeful omission.
You were asked at that same statement what you did for work and you refused to answer that, right?
That is correct.
So you made a conscious decision to not answer that.
That is correct.
You weren't so drugged that you couldn't answer that question, right?
I refused because I was worried for my safety.
My point is that you had a thoughtful process not to answer that. True?
That is correct.
You told this officer specifically what Mr. Rittenhouse was wearing, correct?
That is correct.
You had a thoughtful process, even though you just got out of surgery and were drugged and whatever else was going on, which I understand. You were still able to answer all those questions to the best of your ability, and they were accurate, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Okay. So the fact that you failed to mention that you possessed a firearm when you were shot and that you dropped it, were those things that you forgot because of your medication?
I would say not only the medication, but also the traumatic experience that
You didn't want to tell them.
And you understand it's the only information that you appeared to have forgotten that puts you with a gun directly in front of him, right?
That is correct.
Now, you are also then interviewed again by law enforcement in September. Is that right?
That is correct.
You bring your lawyer.
Correct.
Mr. Binger's there?
Not in person.
Okay, but he's present in the...
He is attending the meeting, yes.
Okay. And there were three...
Sorry, he was present via Zoom.
Okay, and there were a total, if you remember, 3 prosecutors present, right?
The only 2 people who I were aware were their official capacity was the lead detective, Ben Antaramian, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, and then Mr. Binger.
Okay.
But as for the other people, I'm sure they mentioned their names, but those are the 2 people that stuck out, I guess I should say.
So the people that you recall, Detective Antaramian, Mr. Binger, your lawyer, and you.
Correct.
And you were asked on that day, which would be, now that would be your second statement, you were asked about what had happened, right?
Correct.
And had you viewed some of the video between the shooting and the interview that you gave on, I think it was the 24th of September?
I can't say for sure, but I would say it's a very fair guess that I had at least seen something at that point, or by that point.
And in that interview, you don't answer any questions about the shooting, do you?
No, I do not.
This lead detective on a homicide case where you are also shot is trying to gather information to figure out exactly what went on, and you refuse to answer questions about that, right?
Specifically about the shooting?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Was that your decision or your lawyer's decision?
That was the advice that my counsel gave me.
So your counsel wouldn't let you answer questions about your involvement. True?
I wouldn't say that she wouldn't let me, but she advised against it.
So your statements about what actually happened, first time that we're getting an insight as to what actually happened is today, right?
I don't think that's accurate.
Well, on the 24th, you refused to answer questions, right?
The 24th of
September.
Correct.
And the day after the incident, you acknowledge you left out the fact that you even had a gun, right?
That is correct.
You were asked, Mr. Bringer asked you about this. You were asked for permission to look through your phone, right?
I do recall that, yes.
You never actually gave your phone to Detective Antaramian to look through, did you?
My phone was picked up off the street the night of the 25th. So no, I didn't give my phone to anybody. Somebody, and I'm assuming a police officer had picked it up.
My question to you, that wasn't my question. My question to you was, Detective Antaramian asked you for permission to look through your phone, and you never gave him your phone. True?
I never gave him permission to look through my phone, no.
Are you aware that he had a search warrant for your phone?
No, I was not.
Aware what?
So if I can, Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of the video. Okay? Are we good on time?
I haven't been notified that the lunch is here, but
I gotta pop up with a meeting in about 15.
you heard what?
15, 20 minutes. I sent
From
you.
now?
Yes, from noon.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Well, are you fine with time?
You would ask for 12 to 1.
Right.
You are in the middle of an examination, so I will, I'll hear from you guys as to what you want to do.
If it's not here, I'm fine. I'm ready to continue. I just didn't know if you had a problem.
I was hoping for an hour, whenever.
Okay. I'll give you an hour whenever we stop.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so just, I'm going to have you stop it a lot. Okay, go ahead. Now, you see that? This isn't you, but you see this gentleman right here? You see that?
I do.
Okay.
Would you like Sister Marcian's pointer?
Oh, sure.
It's up to you. I don't, you're welcome to use your glasses if you want.
He's got it.
Oh, he's got it.
You see this gentleman right here, right?
I do.
Okay, now you agree he advanced on what ran after, came up to Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
Can you rewind just slightly?
Can you just go, go back 10, but. Yep. So, you agree that he runs up to Mr. Rittenhouse and then applies the brakes, right?
I do.
Okay, and you'd agree that he's me to you away.
And that's a fair assessment, yes.
2-3 feet. He's advancing on Mr. Rittenhouse, and you'd agree he puts his hands up, and Mr. Rittenhouse never fires his gun. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you're off screen here at this point, right? You haven't come into the frame yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. That is, for lack of a better term, this gentleman right here. This is Jump Kick Man, right?
I believe so, yes.
So you can play it. So you now see that Jump Kick Man kicked Mr. Rittenhouse in the face, and 2 shots are fired, correct?
With this video, yes.
Okay. You hear that, right?
In the moment, yes, I did hear it.
Okay. Now, if you can see, and we'll play it, I'm not trying to trick you. This is Mr. Huber, correct?
It is hard to see with whatever is blocking.
Play it for a second. Okay, that's Mr. Huber, right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, this person here that's just coming into the frame, that's you.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And you are running, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, you had originally said that you wanted, you were going to tell Mr. Huber to stop hitting him, but now you understand that you didn't say anything. You were just running, whatever word you want. You're moving towards Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. We just heard a shot, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, that you put on the brakes, right? You were running, you then almost stop in your tracks. Fair enough?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if your arms are up at that point, but it looks like you're kind of protecting your head at that point. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. How far do you think you are away from him at that point, to the best of your ability?
I would say about there, between
Me and you?
you and I, correct.
So 3 feet?
3 to 5.
Okay. Now at that point, you have your hands up, right?
Yes, I do.
Now you probably don't notice him at the time. This guy's holding up what looks like a wooden club of some type.
Some sort of wooden object, yes.
Okay. So your hands are up, and at that point, he has not fired at you, correct?
No, he is not.
It's going to be quick. You'd agree at this point, you are dropping your hands, you are loading your front foot, and you are moving toward Mr. Rittenhouse at that point. True?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were shot, can you bring up the photo? You'd agree. And now wait, how close do you think you are to him at that point?
3 feet. And if it was 5 feet before, it would. So
So tell me if I've got the lay of the land. At this point, you're holding a loaded, chambered Glock 27 in your right hand. Yes?
that is correct, yes.
You are advancing on Mr. Rittenhouse, who is seated on his butt, right?
That is correct.
You're moving forward, and your right hand drops down with your gun. Your hands are no longer up, and now the gun is pointed in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. Agree? I'll give you a picture. Maybe that'll help. What? What's the next one?
Yeah, he's never going to admit that he put himself in harm's way. He wants to sue the city of Kenosha for $10 million.
So, Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 67. That's a photo of you, yes?
Yes,
Okay. That's Mr. Rittenhouse?
correct.
Okay. Now, you'd agree your firearm is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And once your firearm is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, that's when he fires his gun. Yes?
No.
Sir, look, I don't want to. Does this look like right now your arm is being shot?
that looks like my bicep being vaporized, yes.
Okay. And it's being vaporized as you're pointing your gun directly at him. Yes?
Yes,
Okay, so when you were standing 3 to 5 feet from him with your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him your gun, now your hand's down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you just stay back with his hands up in the air? Why do you advance on and point the gun at him?
You had mentioned that you believe that he was re-racking. I don't know much about guns, but you had mentioned that you believe he was re-racking his gun or something, right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, this is your, wait, this is right. This is your tweet from November 5th. So during this trial, you're tweeting out, yes?
Yes.
And you tweet out to whoever these people are, make sure you look and listen for the defendant's firearm malfunction, and then you have a winky emoji face. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So this is, the 5th was yesterday?
That would have been Friday.
Time's flying, Judge. So Friday at 7:45, and what's the winky emoji?
I believe that was in response to whoever the original poster is on there. I don't know what the original post was, but it was more than likely in response to this person's opinion that they had posted.
Now, you had said that you were looking for a non-lethal way to end this interaction.
That is correct, yes.
Yet you pulled your gun out and began, I'm going to use the word chase. You began chasing or running after a man who was running away from you, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you had said, and you were asked about the do no harm and the tattoo on your arm and things like that, right? You have some regrets from that evening, don't you?
No.
Well, Jacob Marshall's your roommate, isn't he?
No, he's not.
He was your roommate, correct?
He was, yes.
And Jacob Marshall came to visit you in the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And I know he's taken it down, but not before we saw it. He posted something on either Twitter or Facebook with you, right?
Correct.
You remember that?
Remember what?
The picture that you guys took in the hospital together?
Yes, I do.
We haven't gotten to it yet, Your Honor. I don't have the objection on your state grounds here.
We need to talk about this. So maybe we should. I assume you have more questions beyond this.
Not a ton, but we should probably get this cleared up.
Yeah, we might as well. Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. I assume your lunch will be here shortly. Don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Okay, see you in a little bit. See you at about 1:15. Thank you. Why isn't this hearsay? Well, we'll start there.
Judge, I believe I can ask Mr. Grosskreutz if he said it. That's not hearsay. Did you say this to Mr. Marshall? I'm not asking.
Well,
sorry.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
He can deny it, right? And then I can call Mr. Marshall, which he's not. He was in court. Now he's under subpoena.
Oh, he's here.
Well, he left.
Where is he?
I don't know. He was sitting in court. He got served with a subpoena, and he is gone.
Well, let's find out right now whether he's here, because if he isn't here and he was served with a subpoena to appear when?
Yeah, not till Wednesday.
Okay.
He's going to be in our case in chief.
Okay.
So I believe I can ask a witness if they've made a statement. If that witness denies it, then I would call somebody to impeach that witness.
State?
I agree with everything, but what was being marked there was a Facebook post from Jacob Marshall. And that's my objection. Jacob Marshall's Facebook post is hearsay. They can call him to testify.
He's not asking to offer the exhibit, I don't think. Not yet anyway. He wants to ask him about the content.
That, as far as that goes, Your Honor, that's fine. I anticipated the exhibit was about to be used since it was in the process of being marked. And that's why I said, Your Honor, I'm going to be objecting on hearsay grounds, because the exhibit is hearsay.
So Judge, I'm going to ask him if he's in this picture, which he is. And if that's Mr. Marshall in the picture, which I believe it is, I'm not going to, at this point, I'm not going to ask that the jury see it. But I'm going to ask him about the content of it. And then based on his answer, I'm going to call Mr. Marshall to testify if he denies it.
Certainly the inquiring about a statement allegedly made by the witness would not be hearsay. But there certainly is a coiled snake of hearsay, potential hearsay. So we have to be careful.
I'm not going to, I think it's appropriate that he acknowledges that he's in the picture. And then I'm not going to do anything else with it other than to ask him the question.
Excellent. What more could I
As long as the jury doesn't see that post right now, that's my concern. That's hearsay.
Okay.
And I'm not going to do it. So, okay, thank you. What time would you like to stack, Judge?
1:15, please.
Thank you.
Okay, they're going to lunch. What time is it? It's 3. Okay, I think we're going to stop there for today. I'm very, very sleepy. I'm gonna go take a nap. Yes, I know. There has been. We're at almost to the 3 hour mark on day 5. Day 5? We're on day 5 or day 4? There has been a lot of hearsay problems in this trial. I think the judge has done a pretty good job on the rulings with the hearsay. As far as case law, like he's made sure he's looked up case law for every time there's been a hearsay objection to make sure, like he's not just pulling stuff out of his butt about it. Like, yeah, a Facebook post would definitely be hearsay. However, if you're asking the witness if they said what was in that Facebook post, that's not hearsay if they can corroborate it. And if he denies it, and then you get the person that made the Facebook post on the stand, hearsay problem's fixed. So now I want to know what he said. But I guess we'll do that in the morning because it's 3. I'm sleepy again. If I take a nap, though, I'll probably have trouble falling asleep again tonight. I don't know what's going on. When I was sick, man, I slept like a baby. You know, usually when you're sick, you don't sleep well. I slept so good when I was sick. That super flu knocked me out, man. I slept, I took naps, and I slept at night. Now I'm having trouble sleeping. Now that I'm feeling better, I can't sleep. So, ooh, oh my gosh. My finger itches. I probably burn it on that hot glue gun that keeps falling off my desk. It almost hit Belle a couple times. Man, she can move when she wants to. She's got good reflexes. Okay, guys. I lost a bunch of people. What are you talking about, Marty? I was not doing any of that. None of that. It wasn't that bad of a flu. Okay, guys, I will see you in the morning. I've lost the... Oh, sleeping like a baby. No, not that kind of baby. Yeah, why? Yeah, why do we use that expression? Because you're right. That's exactly how a baby sleeps, crying and screaming and peeing and pooping the bed. You're right. That expression is a misnomer. Okay. All right. I have a dilemma. I just realized I texted Travis because I have to get my driver's license and my registration renewed this year. And I can't drive my car down there because I have a flat tire. And he works when the DMV is open. So I don't know how I'm going to get my driver's license renewed. I could drive the scooter down there. Then get a ticket for riding the scooter on the street. Okay, guys, I'll see you in the morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll get to find out if he's going to deny this, whatever he said when he was in the hospital. I have watched this trial before, but, you know, I got chemo brain. So, he won't let me drive his truck because I sideswiped somebody in a parking lot one time. So I'm not allowed to drive it anymore. But that might be what we have to do. Yeah, I've seen this trial before, but I'm just flabbergasted at the way he's trying to get around. Now, the guy that was covering his butt about the the person being shot on his property, his business property, that didn't surprise me as much as this guy. I am a bad driver. I'm a very bad driver. And I was taught to drive by a Florida highway patrolman too. But that's not his fault. I think it's genetic. I really do think it's genetic. My grandmother could not keep a car in the lane. She never learned to drive. Ever. Never could drive. Never could. I usually do it through the mail, Judy, but this year I have to get my eyes checked again. I guess every so many years you have to go in and get the vision test again. So I have to actually go and do it. DWF? Dumb white female? Yeah, I usually send it through the mail. My picture on my driver's license is so old it doesn't even look like me. Because I haven't gone in so many years. Because I always do it in the mail. Oh, driving while female. Yeah, so my grandmother never could learn to drive. So I think it must be genetic. I'm a bad driver. Except I've got a safe driver thing on my license. Because it's been so long since I've been in an accident or gotten a ticket or anything. So I've got a safe driver's thing on my license. But that's because I don't go anywhere. I stay at home all the time because I've been sick for years. And now I'm well and I'm starting to drive again. And it's like, oh, crap. Well, the time that I sideswiped the car in the parking lot, I think I had gone to Gainesville to a doctor's appointment, and then so I was sick. That was when I was sick. And then I went to the dispensary when I left the doctor's appointment. That's the parking lot where I sideswiped the car. Oh. Divorced wifey. So I'm not that bad of a driver. I get where I'm going without, I'm afraid to say anything. I get where I'm going in one piece and I make it back home in one piece, so that's good. I've driven a teeny tiny Mustang for 20, how many years? 24 years now? And going from that to a F-150, I can't accommodate for the size difference. So that's why he won't let me drive it. That's all. And he wants to get me, we can't afford it, but he wants to get me a small SUV so we can put a thingy on the back of it for the scooter. And that's just asking for trouble, if you ask me, but we can't afford it anyways. But I guess if I ever start making any, what's the word I want? What's the word I want? Damn chemo brain. Happens all the time. Regular. Steady income. There. That's the word. Steady income from YouTube, which I know you can't trust YouTube for steady income, but if I can but see, here's the problem. If I can start going to Disney and doing live streams at Disney, I can maybe make some steady income from YouTube. But the problem is I need the money now to get the better car so that I can take the scooter with me to Disney. So that's not going to help. And now I need new batteries for the scooter and new tires for the Mustang. it's like I need money to make money right now. So I'm in a catch-22 place. But God's will, God will fix it. God will let it happen. Whatever God wants to happen will happen. So I'm open to whatever God wants me to do, and I'll do it. So if God wants me to sit here on my butt and just talk to you guys all day, then that's what I'll do. If he wants me to go somewhere and do something different and maybe make some money, then that's what I'll do too. So I don't care. As long as I'm happy and healthy, and I don't care. I have fun with you guys. You guys are my ride or die, my everyday buddies, even though there's only 3 of you in here now, but that's okay. You'll all be here in the morning, like always, and I will see you guys in the morning. Thank you, replay crew. Thank you to my wonderful mod, Judy. Thank you to everybody who stayed all day. Thank you to everyone who's going to come home from work and turn on the computer and watch the trial. Thank you, everybody. I love you. You give me a reason to get up in the morning, because if not, I would just sleep all day. So I love all of you, and I will see you in the morning. The kind of people love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys.